supposed to talk. How's it going, everybody? It's me, your old friend Eric. You may remember me from such times as earlier and before. Uh, if not, perhaps you'll recognize me from now. If none of those possibilities turns out to be the case, then you'll just not know me at all. So, you won't be able to hear me addressing you accordingly. It's kind of an interesting expression of the contradictory premises, no observer fallacy. Uh, like if a tree falls in the forest and no one's there to make it see it fall, does it make a sound? Well, the answer, of course, is if nobody's there to observe that it's falling in the forest, then how do we know it fell in the forest at all? You might, infer that from the fact that a tree is lying on the ground. But the point is that comprises contradictory premises, right? So, hello. U is how you spell W? W. Well, see, the reason I titled it this way is I was thinking earlier, I don't remember why I was thinking about letters. Oh, I was thinking about, I know what happened. I was saying this negative thing I say to myself sometimes. And I decided I wanted to, instead of saying all four words of it, say first letter of each of them. So IWIW is not the correct thing. Let's pretend it's IW. It's actually IWID. But anyway, IWIW is what I was thinking for some reason at the time. And I thought IDub is, has only one syllable each. And then I thought to myself, how do you spell the letter W anyway? Is it double U? And then I realized you don't spell a letter. Letters are different than numbers in that regard. You have numeral 4, but you have the word FOUR. You have the letter W, but there's not a word that goes with that that's spelled DOUBLEU. Maybe there should be, or, YOO. Maybe the letter A should be spelled A, like EH. EHH, I guess? Or, I don't know. Maybe the letter B should be spelled BEE. Maybe C, CEE, D, DE. E, EEE, obviously. You should spell EEE, since B, C, and D are spelled that way. F could be spelled EFF. G could be spelled GEE. H could be spelled like EHCH. H. That seems like it would spell H. You could spell W Eric. Well, that doesn't sound like it would. That spelling doesn't look like it would sound like the word W. Then we have letters like Z, Z, and Z. Z always came off having an identity crisis. I mean, I think it's C that has the identity crisis. Half the time it's pretending to be K, half the time it's pretending to be S. That would seem to be the letter with the biggest identity crisis is C. J, J-A-Y, K, K-A-Y, L, E-L-L-E, M is E-N, I guess, or I-M maybe. No, E-N. N, I guess is E-N. R is A-R-R-R. 3 R's. Wait, I skipped O and P somehow. O is O-H. And Q, and P is P-E-E. And Q is Q-U-E-U-E. Okay, so maybe I went out of alphabetical order. We need the letter schwa. Schwa? The only time I can think of myself saying schwa is Schwab. Unless what you mean is schwa. Schwa. But what else has that sound? Schwa. Besides Schwab? Schwarmy? Or is it SH you're talking about? Sharma? Shawarma? Shawarma the karma farmer? My friend died on Wednesday of cancer. That's why I tell people about Jesus. I loved Bill. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Death is intense and has lasting impact. Takes a long time to process.
Thanks for bringing the chairs out.
Sure. Double V to you. You know, that's what W should be called, is double V, because it looks like two V's next to each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, we could have spellings for a word for each of the letters, right? But we decided to just spell it by just using the letter itself. Like W is just spelled W.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you think originally W was written like two U's and then over time it became two V's?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think you're America's apple pie.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
You hear that, everybody? I'm America's apple pie.
Mm-hmm.
And you are America's key lime pie.
Thanks.
It's one of my very favorite kinds of pie.
Oh, I love that kind of pie too.
I mean, it is my favorite pie.
It's my favorite pie too, probably.
I probably like cheesecake a little bit better than key lime pie.
Okay, that is kind of pie.
But it has the word cake in it.
True. Cheesecake is kind of like a...
It looks like a pie but counts as a cake.
Yeah, I guess so.
Eric, what do you think about... I couldn't read it. W took its frown and turned it upside down. Oh, M took its frown and turned it upside down. That's how it became W. In Spanish, we call it W. Stuff makes more sense in Spanish once in a while. Eric, the Pistons are up by 17. Good for them. I tried Sky today. It's great. Sky vodka? I'm going to have to go inside to read this and or get my glasses. I got another pair of glasses at the store yesterday.
How did it have for you?
Well, okay, good. I was gonna say I think I lost them already, but no, they're right here.
Oh, that's good.
They're right here. Oh, that's better. Well, I mean, I think the straightest letter is probably R, and the gayest letter. No, I think R is probably the straightest letter.
Really?
And the gayest letter is probably L.
Not S?
No. S is somewhere in the middle.
Okay.
S maybe.
Where's T?
T is a straight letter.
Yeah.
S is kind of bisexual, I think.
Okay. What about T?
Okay, so I think we could be more specific even. R is a straight man. T is a straight man. O is a straight woman. L is a gay man. S is a bisexual man. V is a straight woman. Z is a bisexual woman. You think M is very straight? Q is pretty sus, yeah. M is a straight woman. Very straight woman, M is. N, I think, is also a straight woman. Obviously, like in the general population, there are more straight letters than there are gay letters. A gets to be the one nod to asexuals, okay? A gets to be asexuals. B, though, does not get to be bisexual. B is a straight woman. C is a lesbian woman. D is a straight woman. E is a straight woman. F is a gay man. Maybe even transsexual. G, we already did G. H is a straight man, actually, even though he's an effeminate straight man. So I think we've covered most of the letters now. I hope we all learned an important lesson today about the alphabet. Yeah, maybe I should clip that. Title it The Sexual Orientation of Each of the Letters. X is stoic. That's not a sexual orientation. I think X is a straight man from South America. I think that's fair to say. What other letters haven't we done? W. We didn't ever do W, did we? D is a straight woman. Even though it sounds like dick or whatever, I associate it with my daughter Delilah as a straight woman. No, X is okay. You know what? X identifies as a straight man from South America, but you kind of get the sense that maybe he'll fuck anything. W seems pretty lesbian. Okay, fair, Alistair. I don't think we've done, let's see, LMNOPQRST U. U is kind of androgynous. You know what? I'm going to switch it up. U is asexual, okay? Whereas A is actually, it's, I don't know. What do you guys think A is? What does A seem like to you? And we didn't do Y yet either. Y. I think Y is a
Straight.
yeah. I think Y is a straight woman.
Mm.
Does it matter if they're capitalized? No. You get whatever letter you are, you get both the capital and the lowercase. It applies the same. Which letter is the biggest partier? It's a good question. I'm thinking like H maybe.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
H likes to party because, you know, it's late enough that if you imagine the alphabet being some parents having 26 kids, well, even though they were super diligent parents, they put in a lot of effort into A, B, C, D, E, F, G. But by the eighth kid, H, they're just like, fuck it. And H is kind of like that. Which letter is non binary? I think it's A. Let's have A be trans. Uh, there was another one I thought might be. I forgot what I said it was, though. Which letter seems the most ESFP? I'm going to say Z.
Mm.
Z. I've been watching some pretty good shows on Netflix lately. Hello there, Limbi Melee. Limby Melee? I don't know how to pronounce that. Isn't Q by definition non-binary? No, not all Qs are non-binary. Some of them are. It's a general category label for a lot of things, like gay, lesbian, bisexual, asexual, like to hump rocks. Does that get its own name too? Hey, I like to hump rocks. Can I get a special designation? Yes, you are R now. I'm glad to hear it, Buddy Cat. Go for the Detroit Pistons. Well, but most of all, what Z is it's flashy. You know, it's not afraid to wear ridiculous, loud clothes and strange combinations and pretend to be an ENTP. You know, that's what Z is all about. That's the nature of Z. I was thinking about. I could still do it. I'm kind of thinking about it. Is a friendship like Shikamaru and Naruto, INTP and ESFP, possible in real life? Uh, well, like, you got to remember that the story of Naruto is a story of soldiers in a war who are fighting together on the same side, sometimes together in the same battles. So that kind of environment, I think, is going to create lasting bonds between people, kind of regardless of type. But I don't know. I don't really see the show also as highlighting them as being friends so much. Yes, they run in the same circle and they respect each other and everything, but it doesn't seem like Shikamaru is the guy that Naruto mostly wants to hang out with when he's got the chance to hang out with somebody. I think maybe I will eat those mushrooms tonight.
Oh my gosh, this made me so excited because like I woke up kind of in the mood to party,
Mm-hmm.
but if you weren't in the mood, like I was like willing to put it off till tomorrow. But if you're in the mood to party, I'm in the mood to party.
You know what? There's not a lot in life that I know how to do. Party is one of them.
That's true.
Yeah, Z is just said, hey, that number 7 looks cool, but I will make it better. It's good stuff. Good stuff. Alright, so I took these last week.
You think you'll be fine? I'm not trying to peer pressure you.
I'm the one who decided I was going to take that. What I was going to say is, last Friday I took them. It was a full week ago. And I didn't trip very
Well,
hard.
what about the Klonopin?
Right, that may have had something to do with it. But, you know,
But how long ago was it that you took Klonopin?
that was not last night, not the night before, it was the night before that.
Oh, really?
So
Okay.
that's fine. I'm not worried about that.
And it was only a quarter.
No, I took a half, but I
Oh,
said,
you just took it
I
out.
said that the next morning when I got up that in the future I'm just gonna take a quarter because a half hits me a little hard. I don't need a half to go to sleep. And then, you know what thing I'm going to do? I'm going to treat myself to a small cup of limeade. Paul Newman's Fabulous Limeade. That's
I'm
water.
sorry. There you go.
That's okay. Actually, while I'm doing this, would you mind getting me a cup of that with
Not at all.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't normally ask Rachel to do stuff like that. I was just saying, I don't normally, I don't want people to think that I, like, tell Rachel to do stuff that's,
No.
you know, like,
I don't mind you asking me to do things.
well, thank you.
It's not like a big task or anything. You're not like asking me to clean the whole house.
That's true.
Which would be like a really big ask.
Oh my god, my stomach, my bowels last night and this morning.
Oh no, what was that?
I don't know, man. Maybe something from the supermarket food.
Oh
But
shit.
I really don't know.
Oh. That's like strange because it's not usually what happens.
No, it's not. Let's see what's going on here in the chat before I continue this process. I actually don't have any non-alcoholic beer right now. It's the thing I was
that's the one
kicking
thing.
myself for forgetting at the store
Well,
yesterday.
maybe we can go to the store tomorrow.
Yeah. I gotta get my I gotta get my gabapentin tomorrow.
Those glasses look nice on you.
Thanks.
Your limeade.
Thank you, darling.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna take a sip of this right now. This stuff is so good.
I'm so glad you think so. Isn't it?
Oh
It's
my
like,
God.
I don't know why.
If you've never had Paul Newman's limeade, it's shockingly good.
And specifically like Paul Newman's. Like
Yeah.
I've had they had the real simple limeade's pretty good, but like.
It's no Paul Newman's,
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Are we talking about more about the personality types of the various letters? Which letter is an ENTP.
Are we like basing it on like the individual letters that it's used?
Well, I'm saying, like, which of the 26 letters of the alphabet is an ENTP?
Oh.
I'm gonna say. Yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards W actually. W's got a lot going on, but it's only useful for a few things, right?
It does ask questions though, which is
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
Who, what, where, what,
Right.
why.
Good point. Excellent point.
Thanks.
It also, it's like it takes up the most room of any of the letters, even though it's not really doing as much work as any of the other letters, except for more than like X maybe or Z. But which letter is the INFJ? O. What could be a purer, simpler, perfecter little letter than that? Just O.
Thanks.
That's NI. The most NI of all letters, I think, is O.
I use O a lot as like ooh or oh. Sometimes they don't add the H.
And to some extent, INFJs are kind of like a null set in that they position themselves when they're dealing with stuff in the world. They want to understand things as not about the subjective, like like I need a spoon. Can you give me a spoon, please?
Yeah.
Like if there's something that they're being informed about, they're going to interpret it as informative about the world rather than themselves. It's like if 1 is first person and 2 is second person and 3 is third person, 0 is INFJ. Okay, we're going to do this.
Don't forget your Paul Newman's.
Yeah, I got it. Oh, God. How disgusting.
He looks disgusting, too. You guys see this? Good luck.
It's a pretty good chaser. Oh. Thank you, thank you.
I think you're a real one.
Thank you. I did it, everybody. What personality type is ENFP? I'm gonna say something like M, maybe. That makes sense because if ENTP is W, then ENFP is upside down W, M. M seems more like emotional and W more rational. Hi, INFJ Minerva. How's it going? Have you come to watch my flowers growing? Well, if so, you're going to be sorely disappointed because I'm actually not growing any flowers. Not at the moment, anyway. All right, so what do we got in store for tonight's live stream? What kind of fun and exciting topics are we going to discuss? What kind of activities are we going to do? Well, let's get into it a little bit. So, I just ate an eighth of those mushrooms, and still kind of taste them a little bit. And last time I took an eighth of these mushrooms, I didn't fit very hard. But mushrooms are kind of like you never know what's gonna happen. You take the same amount of the same exact mushrooms and have totally different experiences on two different occasions. So we'll see what happens tonight. They certainly look like good mushrooms. They're nice and blue. We will put on in the other tab here, and do a split tab. We will put on ye old baseball game, as they'd say in England, because they like to say ye old a lot. So this game, we're already in the bottom of the first inning, 0-0. Shea Langoliers at the plate for the Athletics. Langoliers has an OPS of over 1,000. That basically says how many bases does he get per at bat if you work it all out, right? On base percentage plus slugging. Slugging refers to, like, if you get a double, it counts as 2 bases rather than 1. So right, what do we have on the agenda for tonight? Well, I expect that while I'm kind of waiting to see what the mushrooms do, I might go outside, maybe move a piece or two of concrete that I need to get rid of. I might conceivably as well I'm not really sure. I need to clean the dishes. I should wash the dishes right now. That would be a worthwhile activity. Maybe after Soderstrom's at bat here in between innings, I will go wash the dishes. Sodi gets good wood on that. That's going to fall for a double, ground rule double. It's a double by rule. It's actually not a ground rule double. You guys know that. Everybody thinks if you hit a baseball and it lands on the outfield and bounces off the outfield and over the wall, that's a ground rule double. It's not actually a ground rule double. It's a double by rule. Try not to take any citrus fruit. Why shouldn't I take any citrus fruit? Or anything else acidic. Or if you do, take at least 2 hours after mushroom ingestion. Really? Why? What happens if you do that? Does it make you trip less hard? Why is it called the foul pole? Because it's the pole that marks the it decarboxylates the psilocybin, and that makes it weaker, is what you're saying? Maybe I shouldn't have taken it with limeade. Well, I don't have to drink any more of the limeade. Oh, I didn't know that. Somebody told me that it makes it more intense but shorter duration. Oh. Well, I won't drink any more of that limeade. I didn't know that. I hope I didn't do too much damage. I'll keep that in mind for next time. We'll find out what happens. I did not know this before. Nobody's ever told me this before, so um, it may have been last time I chased my mushrooms down with a bunch of grapefruit juice. That might have had something to do with why I didn't trip hard last time. I don't exactly remember, but it converts the psilocybin into psilocin. What's psilocin? Is that like not a psychedelic? Hey, do you know anything about and have you heard about the so-called little people mushrooms? They, they haven't been able to isolate any psychedelic compounds from them. They're still not sure what compound within these kinds of mushrooms causes the effect. They have apparently nailed down exactly what mushroom it is. For a while, it was unclear even exactly which mushroom it was. But I think they nailed that down now. And what's weird about these mushrooms is that they make everybody see exactly the same thing. Namely, a bunch of little, fully rendered, three-dimensional people running around all over it. And, and people will see them for days. You know, they'll see little people for days and days if they eat a decent amount of them, I guess. There are restaurants in China that serve these mushrooms, and they say, careful, you have to let it, don't pull it like, it's some kind of like cook at the table thing where, you know, they bring you your dish and you put it in the hot pot for 15 minutes. And it says like, cook for a minimum of 15 minutes or you will see little people. How crazy is that? It's the weaker of the two. But this then gets recovered back into psilocybin in the right conditions, which is why it lasts so long. Back and forth reaction. Oh. Well, we'll just have to see how well the mushrooms work tonight. if I'm remembering correctly about chasing that stuff down last time with grapefruit juice, which I think I am, because in general, grapefruit juice makes you take stronger because it gets rid of some enzyme in your stomach that breaks down most kinds of prescription drugs. So it wouldn't surprise me at all, although I don't exactly remember, if I had made a decision, if I had purposefully tried to drink a lot of grapefruit juice to try to make him stronger or something. Sounds like something I do. Well, joke was on me. That didn't make it stronger, that would make it weaker. It's weird when you make edibles with marijuana, you have to decarboxylate it before you make the can of butter. So, in other words, with marijuana, decarboxylating is good. That's also the thing that happens when you light it on fire and smoke it that way. It decarboxylates it, apparently. And that if you don't do that, it's not the right kind of high or something. I'm no weed scientist, which is what Brendan self-identifies as. Hilariously. Look at us go. We're getting a little bit of these tasks done by washing some dishes. Oh, I forgot to get, another thing I forgot to get the store. We need more of this. All right. That's the start on that dishes. I need to get those lids too, but I'll do that in a little bit. Let's see. It would have taken the sicky feeling away, which is most noticeable. Well, what I do to prevent myself, generally speaking, mushrooms don't make me feel nauseous, but it's also the case that taking Adderall with mushrooms helps to generally get rid of a lot of those SI impacts. Like, how when you just take mushrooms, it's kind of this weird mix of up and tripping and also sleepy because it's so serotonin-y. That's why it's better to take it with Adderall. Man, I wish I could have gotten some acid from Brennan. I mean, careful what you wish for with that stuff, right? Careful what you wish for. I take them all the time, so I don't know. They generally don't make me feel nauseous. Every once in a while, I'll feel a little bit nauseous, but usually when I'm already feeling like super tore up and probably shouldn't be partying. I don't know about that, Putty Cat, but you can drink like a fish on amphetamines. I don't know if you should, but you can. I don't even know why I brought this thing out. I don't even want to play the piano. But I guess I'll, yeah, a little bit. Let's see. I like this beat. It's nice and simple. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's gonna play any jazz over this. Jazz. That's how you play jazz. For those who didn't know, that is how you play jazz. It's just another Friday night. Everybody is feeling tight from all the stress and anxiety. What you gonna do? We're gonna sing this song with me. Well, alright. Yeah, just another Friday night. Not looking to get into a fight. Just looking to party and have a good time. What else would one do when it's Friday night and I had some limeade? All right, everybody. Everybody got on the dance floor and said, darling, it's slow dance time. I don't know if you remember from back in middle school that when the slow dance song comes on the radio and everybody's milling round, looking at each other, maybe frowning a bit, but you know what, I get it, 'cause sometimes it's just not slow dance time. That's a pretty long ending. It's a really long ending. Well, I guess I'll turn this off for a while. I'm not feeling very musical at the moment. Feeling kind of, what's the word? Contemplative, philosophical. Kind of in an in-between space. Kind of took a day off today from getting stuff done. I woke up, I was super sleepy. I didn't want to get up and do anything. I wanted just to go back to bed, try to get as much sleep as I could. I did get a fair amount of sleep today. Probably could have gotten more, but you know. That's life, right? You don't have things play out exactly as you anticipate. Especially when you don't anticipate much. Like, part of being maybe it's part of being a perceiver in general, but certainly part of being a fourth slot SI is that when I don't wake up with a specific plan of action for any given day. To the extent that I have any plan of action, it's like I must get this and this done at some point today. I don't have any like schedule, right? And it's only even occasionally like that. I must get this and this done today if there's external reasons why it has to be that day, like going to the DMV. DMV is only open on Tuesday and Thursday up here, so I had to go Tuesday and Thursday this week. Hi, Acacia. Wonderful to see you. You know, there was once I think it was a game show that had as its concept the pushing together of two idioms. Like, for example, let me think. I'm not sure thinking it good. Well, like the answer to the thing would be like flower children of the corn, right? Like you combine two things like that, and I don't know how the clue exactly would be. It'd be something like blooms of grain offspring, something like that, you know. Blooms of grain offspring. I thought that might be a fun one for us to try out. I've never tried it before. I don't know if it would be hard or not or whatever. But you get the concept, right? From that example. Not that complicated a concept. It's not as complicated a concept as Inky Pinky, which isn't that complicated a concept, but it's hard to explain, kind of, you know? So one thing I learned something interesting about Google Docs yesterday, which is the only way to combine multiple docs into one in Google Docs is to manually copy and paste them. There's no other way to do it. And I'm not sure why it's like that. But one of the things that I want AI to do, I want to copy and paste a bunch of my documents about cognitive functions. Um, oh, he's out by a mile. Why did you wave Daryl Hernandez home? That's fine though. We scored a few runs there. So good job, Athletics. Good job, McNeil. RBI double for Jeff McNeil. It's 3-0 A's. Wow, look at that. Good start to the game. What was I talking about? I don't remember. Oh my god, is that a spider? I can't tell if it was a spider or a beetle. Seemed a little fast for a beetle. What is a big spider? Eric, please tell me how to spell the letter W. I will. It's spelled D-O-U-B-L-E space U. Or Y-O-O. Spelled like that. Double Y-O-O. Idiom combination, right. Let's give one a try. Let's give one a try. Um, hmm. They're hard to come up with. Wow. I'm surprised by how hard it is for me to come up with. I've come up with one that I don't want to use, but wow, they're really difficult to come up with. Like, it's strange how hard it is to come up with them.
Hi, handsome.
Hi, beautiful.
You're the specialist.
Thanks, beautiful.
You're welcome.
I've come up with a couple of not very good ones. I'm trying to come up with a good one. like that. This is kind of one, but it's not that great. Maybe I can come up with a better one. I come up with several at least that aren't that great. So it's not that difficult to come up with them. Well, like for example, I was just thinking about the answer would be must-see TV parking. Like, because I don't know if you've heard the expression or used the expression TV parking. Oh, look, we got TV parking, meaning, oh, it's a 1-0 Netflix. I don't know why I saw that as 3. I only saw one run score.
Maybe you're manifesting it.
Maybe. That's the answer part. I don't know how the clue part works, right? Like, okay, here's one. This is an idiom that means easy to do, no problem. And the other half of it is a super ritzy part of New York. So an idiom that would mean the equivalent to the one that's in the actual answer would be like easy as pie. Like this is a good one because there are multiple possible idioms that could be in there. The second part was it's a very ritzy part of New York, kind of stands in for ooh, that's very la-di-da, but you put in the expression there. We'll see. We'll see if Casey can get it. Do you have any thoughts on it? Did you hear the clue? Yeah.
No, let's share.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's kind of a. I think they had a whole game show built around this concept at one point, but I hadn't actually tried to make really very many of them up before. It's kind of hard to do. Okay, so it was walking the Park Avenue. Here's a better one though. This is an ideal one. This is an ideal one. Okay, the same clue for the first one is an equivalent to easy as pie, and the second part is um, a bumper sticker you often will see on cars. We can go inside now. That's not being there's bugs out here. Okay, so
No, quit it.
the first part is the same as the last one, easy as pie. And the second part is it's a bumper sticker you commonly might see on cars. Yeah, Troll, get out. Go away. Go. Leave your sister alone. Because now she's coming running over to be on the chair and I don't want to give her any place else to be. Was that Chris Carey in the doing a broadcast for professional wrestling? Uh-oh, Curtsy struck out. That's unfortunate. You know what? I'm not happy with you and your ways. I heard your mother yelling at you not once but twice. Alright, Kitty, I don't want you up here right now. No, thank you. You can get away too. Both of you cats can just get away from me. Trouble earlier today. I was just sitting there watching TV and he was just sitting right here at my feet with his tail all curled up like it gets when he's happy. No, Kabir, don't. Forget it. No. Shoot. I don't want you over here right now. Yes, exactly. Easy as taking candy from a baby on board. No, Capio. I do not want you here. You're going to have to accept that. I already pet the shit out of her multiple, at least twice today already. So she's going to have to deal with that this time. Trouble's getting a bunch of unwanted pets from mommy right now.
Mm-hmm.
Trouble, leave your sister alone. I don't want you over here either. I want both you cats to go away someplace else. It's not over here. Don't come over here. Cats, no, I don't want you over here. Go away. Go away. Go on. Shoo. Go on. I don't want you here. Cats can try my patience sometimes. Of course, if they were just normal, peaceable cats who didn't have this weird territory thing going on because of trouble, then it would be so much nicer. But like, because Trouble's being a dick all the time, like if I don't want Capito near me, then I can't let him be near me because it's like the reason she came over here is because he was being a dick and making her come over here, and it makes everything so complicated.
Mm-hmm.
Needlessly complicated. Soderstrom struck out, brings the third inning to a close. I can certainly feel it coming on somewhat, the mushrooms. But you may be able to tell, like when I'm going up a bit, I tend to sometimes be a little like, feel unsettled a bit. But we'll just have to wait and see if it actually amounts to anything this time. Last time I didn't trip very much. Although I did trip some, it wasn't. I could tell I was on mushrooms a little bit, but it wasn't really in the ballpark of what I was hoping for. So I got back in touch with the lady. Right, I let the lady know when I was done with it on Thursday that I'd done all the DMV stuff and confirmed that I get back to her when I get the title in the mail. And we'll proceed with the sale,
That's good. You're just waiting to hear back from her?
No, I'm just waiting for the title now.
Oh.
I've talked with her about that, the fact that, like, in the next step is when I get the title to follow up with her then. And then I think what's going to involve is me signing a couple of things, putting that in an envelope, physically mailing it to wherever they are. And then once they get the title, they say, um, they send you the money. And I'll put direct deposit too. So it'll be like, as soon as they get it, we should get the money in the bank.
Yeah.
And then they'll arrange to pick it up at some point close to that time period. Well, you're here.
Leo.
I don't want you here. I want you to get down.
Good job setting boundaries.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No, we bought it separately. You can't really combine things like that. Like, the way selling cars works is different than the way selling houses works. No, Kitty, just forget about it. Just get out of here. It's crazy how stubborn they can be sometimes.
Really.
I mean, it was parked in the garage when we shopped for the house. And I'm sure the guy who sold those little cars is like, well, this is as perfect an opportunity to sell a little car as there could possibly be. He probably had the little car himself up here, and he realized that as a little car salesman, like, or I don't know if he was a salesman or a manager, I'm not exactly sure what his job over there was, but he worked for the place that sells those cars. And in that regard, of course, you couldn't be more right. What could possibly make that little car more appealing than it being in the garage of this house in this location, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't regret getting the little car. Um, I didn't use it as much as I expected to, but I also used it in ways that I didn't expect to. I will be still using it because, well, it's not going to be a big drive or anything. It's just down to the shed and back up. So if I'm going to get from the shed, I'm going to bring up with a little car. Because, it's quite a hill to walk up and down. So I have gotten absolutely nothing at all accomplished today, and that's fine. I felt like it was fine to give myself a day off and getting a lot of stuff done. There, I feel like I'm, on my way up. I feel kind of unsettled in the way that you do before you reach cruising altitude. And we'll just have to see if they kick in better than last time or not.
Well, they do.
I hope so too. What time did I eat them? Does anybody know?
Not that long ago. 20 minutes maybe? When does the game start?
I could go back in the chat.
Yeah.
And see. So it was. I know Jay Minerva came too late to tell me that, so it was at the longest to go 6:45, probably like more like 6:50. So that's 45 minutes ago. So we'll have to wait another 15 minutes or so before I'm done going up, regardless of how high I end up getting. The more you take them, the less you get the visuals. I find that the visuals, like, that they're not a particularly good indicator of how hard I'm tripping. I don't find that I don't get visuals. I still do. Uh, like, the first thing I notice, which I'm noticing right now, is with my mushrooms, is that everything looks all like crisp. And obviously, there's the moving around, breathing kind of aspect to it. But okay, Kitty, just no. Do you not accept the answer no? Just go. Both the cats, they do not get the idea of like, don't get all crowdy with me.
Yeah, they don't.
America. Oh my God. This political, his political, talks about how she's a teacher and she wrote America on the board and underlined it.
Effective.
All of the fucking political messaging I ever see is horrible. I think they're still illegal here too, but that's never stopped me at all when it comes to drugs. I never even give it any thought, really, because it's not actually a crime in a meaningful sense. Crimes are against person property or potentially the state, but not that kind of, not like that. It has to be like, treason qualifies as a crime against the state. It would have bugged you big time back then. What was that thing say? Never mind, my bad. Didn't say anything. Just a YouTube notification. I feel myself settling into the mushrooms.
Mm.
All right, see you later, Jay Minerva. Um, I will do my best to enjoy my trip. You know, right now I'm still in the part of the trip where it's making me quieter rather than more talkative. I got Bolte on one of my teams. He's off such a hot start. I thought I might as well grab him, see if he keeps the hot start up, you know. And that's a single, right up the middle. Hmm.
Good job.
So it's tough to wait for the drugs to finish stabilizing.
Mm.
Well, it's not going to bring me enlightenment. I have a much lower standard than that. I would like it to bring me entertainment. So apparently, this Henry Bolte, uh, Bolte, is that how it's pronounced?
I don't know.
Apparently, he's super fast. Always a threat to steal, which is great. Currently, he's standing on first. And Geloff goes down swinging, so. Here comes Lawrence Butler. Lawrence Butler is just a complete, unmitigated failure at this point as a prospect. We gave him a bunch of money too. Too soon, he hadn't proved enough, I think. And we're regretting it now. See, hitting an astonishing 174. Would it be possible to play Jackbox? I don't know what Jackbox is. Oldie got thrown out trying to steal second. I just need to, let's see, give it, should be an hour pretty soon. Maybe on some other occasion I'd be done to play that. Not right now because right now I'm feeling discombobulated.
Mm.
Um, on my way to cruising altitude, which I should be at shortly, hopefully. Yeah, I ate him about maybe an hour ago. a little less. I'm definitely going to use AI to accomplish some writing things.
Yeah.
Now that I understand all the stuff, like from using it, how you can use it, it's a pretty powerful thing, And it is not what I was envisioning or imagining it to be. Like, again, like the keyboard playing the song for you. It's not like that at all, actually. It's like, things like I planned projects I want to do with it include I want to give it my existing document on um, function rummy and have it finish the part that I've not finished and try to engage it in a way like informs me as to whether the mechanics of it work without having to actually try it out myself. And and then I want it ideally eventually to I don't know if it's capable of doing this yet or not, but of coding me a card game, computer card game, computer video game that is of that. God damn it.
No.
Giants just hit a go ahead home run. But that's fine, it's just a solo shot. The thing I was thinking about having to do is I've got so many different ways of different times I've articulated out function mechanics and stuff. Many documents that redo the same work. Um, I kind of wanted to put them all into one document and say, explain to AI, this is what this represents. I want you to use all this information to create just one document that covers this topic area. Get rid of any extraneous stuff that's not covering the topic. Yeah, I'm not worried about giving clear instructions. Um, the thing that makes it so amazing is being able to express general concepts so well. Like, this is what I'm trying to do, and what I'm going to be presenting you are multiple instances of me explaining the same thing in somewhat different ways. I want you to determine how to best to select out how to go through this and coalesce out the single best expression of all this. That's amazing that AI can do that kind of thing. It's not always right, obviously, but like it gives you its reasoning regardless. So I think this would be better because blah 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 blah. Blah. It's crazy. Well, I'm actually like all of my explanations are fine. Uh, some of them are too TI, right? I don't want it to select in favor of the stuff that's too dense. I want to select in favor of stuff that uses smaller words rather than bigger words. And that's like something that AI can understand too. Like, I want this to be easy to read, understand by random every person, you know. Maybe not like dumbasses, but I don't want to be, I want to be as uncomplicated and unwordy as possible. I was reading some of my stuff last night. I was like, oh God, Eric, why in the world were you writing with this horrible fucking tone, etc.? Some of the things I was reading, I was like, oh, you must have been fucking whacked out when you wrote this. Your your input? Yeah, okay. Your input is lots of words and TI distinctions. That puts concise, user friendly stuff. Yeah. I like how you can give it two different examples of something and say which of these is better and why. Like, what do you think is the better way to phrase this thing right here and why? And I'll tell you, like, well, this one is more direct, this one's more professional sounding. Well, it'll also tell you things like, this phrasing eliminates the possibility that you might not move in the way it uses the verbs, which is correct about. Very impressive. I wish it could, instead of me having to manually copy and paste documents into a single document. I wish you could just tell it, I want you to look at these documents here and do meow with them, you know. Models have a temperature setting which modulates how creative it will be versus with its output versus not being creative and following your instructions. See, like, I definitely feel like I could write a cognitive function book with AI, and it would still obviously definitely be me writing the book. Now that I understand how, I mean, you can presumably tell it, write me a book about whatever, but that's obviously a super dumb way of using it. um, but like, what it would allow me to do is like the thing that gets me hung up on writing a cognitive function book all the time is I don't really know how to structure it. I make it a complete whole thing that explains. I don't know how much I want to explain, how much I should explain, versus how simple it should be, versus blah blah blah. Well, I could see AI helping a lot with that. Well, I can do better than that instead of saying check out this video or that video. I can say here, let me just copy and paste. I'm just talking about using Google Docs Gemini sidebar thing. Gemini has different instances of it aren't related to each other in some way. Like the main Gemini that you might call a general everything Gemini that you open up like in its own tab, that's different than the one that's in your Google Docs. Although I have it like given it access to all of my stuff, right? Like yes, you connect all my Google apps for sure, but you can't give it access to stuff that's not Google stuff, and that's fine. But even when it is Google stuff, you you can't like for example, you can't let it be you and operate in the back end of your YouTube channel. I mean, I have Pro. I don't have the most basic one. There may be levels of fanciness that I don't have yet that are above Pro, but I'm not sure about that. You know, as with any new tool, it takes a little while to understand exactly how it integrates into your life slash workflow slash whatever, you know. Like at first when I got it, I thought, well, what is the point of this thing? Occasionally I could use to make images, well, but then I found increasingly, granted I didn't have to go over to that specifically to do this, but I almost always use AI mode in Google search now. You know, I have to click an extra thing to get there. I always prefer to use the AI mode. Oh yeah, oh, that's pretty cool, Ruben. I feel like I'm just now really, my eyes are really opening to the possibilities, in part because I feel like my old self again now, and I feel like interested in various possible things I might want to do. And the problem is going to be determining exactly which thing I want to work on rather than getting motivated to work on anything, you know. I don't want to run off quite half cocked, but of course, I don't have integrated into my SI knowledge the the actual like well, what is going to be the scope and scale of the project using this approach. I don't really know from experience how intensive that's going to be. Yeah, that's exactly the kind of stuff that I wanted to do too. Formatting, organizing. But also, like, you could give a task, like, I basically, I want this next section to follow the template of the previous section. And based on all the other stuff that I did, you already have access on. Just finish that section because I'm tired of writing it out. Right. It lets me do work more like a project manager. I I never I was never particularly enamored of the actual process of writing, which is always difficult because this continual struggle between wanting to explain everything or all of something and wanting to only explain the most salient parts of it, right? Like there's a trade-off always in terms of depth or whatever, completeness of an explanation versus salience, explaining only the thing that's most maximally relevant. Yeah, I know it's pretty amazing. I that you can say stuff like, okay, so using that example right there, do the rest of these like that example. That's great. So it gets rid of all the like tedious parts, most tedious parts of all of writing. I think the temperature on the Gemini Docs assistant is pretty low, according to your definition of temperature. It sometimes good job, Curtsy.
Yeah,
Three-run
good
home
job,
run.
Kurtz.
Wow, that's a game changer.
Yeah, it is.
Well, a good experience telling it. So say something to the effect of blah, 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 blah. And it uses too many of my exact words when I was just saying, I don't want to figure out how to phrase it exactly. That's why I'm giving you the approximate thing. Here come the yonder works. There's one thing that helped me. I'm listening. So that one thing in life that has helped you. Nothing else in life has ever helped Ruben, but this one thing has helped him.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? Ruben, I want to know what it is. use the Fleischer-Kincaid scale to reword my explanation to high school. All right, I'll keep that in mind. It's better than just telling it to reword it. You leave it open-ended as to how they choose to attain that. That's a good. But see, there's a lot of specialized terms of art that you're not going to be able to get rid of or find any synonyms for with this document. Like, there's, you can't really get, for some of those things are kind of too simple. You can't get too simple or else it's not correct. But I'd have to see what it would do. Like, I'm skeptical of that part because when I'm being very TI precise, all the words I'm using, like, and the way I'm phrasing things is very precise. Like, you can't you can't change that at all without making it more wrong. But maybe you can make some small changes here and there with simpler words, but I don't know about that. I've already spent a lot of energy and time trying to make it as simple as possible. Well, like, for example, if you think about it in a debate sense, I would tell my students things like, you need to, you need to say this statement, you need to express this idea with exactly this way of phrasing it. In this instance, you need to quote me exactly when you're saying it. Don't, normally, obviously, I'm teaching them to get the concept, right? And it doesn't really matter exactly how you express it, except more concise is better. But in some instances, I'm telling no, you must say it exactly like this, because any deviation from that phrasing opens up this path or that path or manner to their opponents, right? Whereas if you phrase exactly like this, then even later if they ask in cross-ex about this is manner, you already haven't made the mistake that would open, you know, they're going to ask certain kinds of questions in cross-ex that the answers to which are going to empower them predicated on the way this thing was phrased here. So I'm skeptical as to, for some kinds of things anyway, whether it's possible to change the wording at all and without losing the integrity of it, you know. Now I'm thinking about like a debate coach. Whereas when it comes to writing a book, maybe my goal should not be complete defensibility. But I know that's how I roll, dog. That's how the fuck I roll.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I phrased it that way because I thought of ways in which somebody who's as good at that as me could come up with questions that I wouldn't be able to answer adequately, predicated on the phrasing of this, or they would force me to backpedal in some fashion. And that ain't happening, bro. So I phrased it that way for a reason. I get you. That probably should not be the thing I'm prioritizing. They call it defensible typology for a
Yeah,
reason.
he turned the butter.
Oh, good. I'm glad to see it,
Me
dude.
too.
You're here again.
No, it's like
That's fine. He's been kept away from me for a good amount of time, so I'm no longer in that kind of grumpy, get away from me mood that I was done either. And in general, it is the case that complete defensibility and, I guess, ability to teach something run afoul of one another. So, if you're not dealing, instead of dealing with other debaters who are interested in defeating what you're saying, you're instead dealing with people who are, I don't know, trying to learn what you're saying and what it means. Well, then obviously maybe complete defensibility of it, however it's phrased, isn't necessarily a thing to prioritize at all times. You know, there are lots of people who want to understand things holistically. I might be like, well, if you want to understand it holistically, then well, you're not going to understand it at all, right? Like, but maybe they will understand it better than not at all if you try to give some holistic approximation to certain things, I guess. But it seems like that's the whole problem in general. Is like, no, dumbasses, personality type is not about like, oh, I'm this archetype or that archetype. It's much more defensible than that. So my position on it is, has always been kind of like, you either want it defensible or you want to be wrong. Maybe there's some other perspective on it. I'm not sure, but I get that this question is further afield of the one we were talking about before. You know, like, I do accept that, and there are plenty of things that I say in which AI might very much be able to help me make it more appealing to others while not sacrificing the defensibility. Because obviously, it's really me using AI, it's not anything else. But there is a separate question of like, is there any value in, and or is it necessarily disinformation to present typology stuff in a holistic way. Well, that's a tricky question. That's a really tricky question, isn't it? No, I get you, Ruben. And what you're talking about is you and I are not in disagreement. I'm just riffing off these general ideas here. I get that AI is super powerful, and I'm looking forward to using it to do things like just like what you're saying there. You know, not sacrificing any defensibility, but still making it simpler. I'm skeptical for certain parts of what I'm saying only, and that's only because in those instances, what I mean is I would like AI to say, here's 15 fucking different times I've written the same basic concept versus of just mechanics. Pick the best one and or combine these into one good thing. So I'm not worried about that in general. But I'm skeptical about, I guess, like how simple you can make the language itself before it ceases to mean the same thing. Like, could I say, okay, explain all of this in Dick and Jane level language? The answer would be no. I'm sorry, there just aren't enough words in that language conveying enough distinctions of meaning that you could rephrase it at that level of simplicity, right? And at a certain point, it's an interesting question as to what level of increased simplicity or simpler words, right? Uh, can an idea no longer be explained at all and can instead only be, I guess, exemplified or perhaps an analogy be given? It's very much an any and I question, you know. Okay. God damn it with this yawn. Mushrooms, look, I've had it with the fucking yawning thing. Can we just knock off the yawns? I don't want you to come with any yawning problems, with any, I don't want any runny nose. Just, but no with the yawns already. And it's like the yawns keep coming, even it doesn't matter like if I go. So it's not like a lack of deep breaths or something that's causing me to get all these yawns. After doing all that, I immediately want to yawn again. Just stop with the yawns. There's no reason for this yawning. Mushrooms. Mushrooms is like, yeah, there is a reason for yawning because you're tired. Well, I know I haven't been getting a lot of shit ton of sleep, but I got a lot of sleep last night, my friends. That's not good enough. It's too many sleep deficits are gonna make you young. All right, mushrooms, you do you, I guess. Well, I am tripping harder this time than last time, but I'm still not tripping super hard right now. Yeah, I get that I want to pace things at the pace that I would want. But in general, I try to pace. If I'm actually teaching something rather than just talking, even if I'm just talking about stuff, I tend to talk fast. But if I'm actually teaching stuff, I try to pace it at the pace that the best kids in the class want to have. This is from debate coaching, right? Because then I explain to them if I'm going to go as fast as I can because we have a limited amount of time to get through this stuff, right? Those of you who are fast enough to get what I'm saying right away, explain it to the other ones. That's what I say in debate. Because there's good reason to do it that way because it's not like a regular classroom where it doesn't fucking matter whether you accomplish anything or not. Yeah, that's the most retarded thing ever in education is that you should teach the bottom of the class. What? They're not going to learn no matter what. They don't want to be here. They don't want you to be teaching them anything about what you're teaching them. Right? Like, I'm the bottom of the, like, what is it called? Drafting class. That's the absolute bottom of the class. Should the teacher have adjusted the drafting curriculum to my level of competency and pace of learning, then anybody who actually was any talented in drafting at all would have been forced to just suffer immensely as they waited for me to be able to master basic line drawing skills. This whole like no child left behind. I mean, fuck the fuck this idea of like treating these people like there's some sort of social justice exercise or whatever. If you have or any actual social justice in the matter whatsoever, you wouldn't be forcing kids who were bad at something to be sitting and enduring having to do it with people they don't like for hours a day. If there were any actual justice in education, it wouldn't be no child left behind, but be no child forced to do shit they aren't good at and hate. How about that? How about no child forced to do shit they aren't good at and that they hate? No, we'd be leaving them behind. Chaining somebody up to the back of your vehicle and forcing them to walk along with you is not it's not a good thing. All right? I didn't want to leave them behind. You're a kidnapper, lady, and your ways are abusive. Your pedagogy is incredibly fucking retarded. Your framework is totally wrong, and you should go fuck yourself. fucking retards doing horrific things in the name of their fucking rosy vision of how things ought to be. Ah, what a nightmare, right? You got all these people who's going to be the most well-intentioned and effective people who are the most retarded. And it's like stuff like that is why accepting this weirdly actual extant freaking supervillain cabal is going on in the world, right? Um, Accepting that, I've always been of the mindset that almost all evil is attributable to well-intentioned, effective retards. Sometimes great evils are perpetrated by ill-intentioned, effective retards. Think, Stalin or freaking Kim Jong Un or whatever. But when you find yourself looking at the barrel of an insanity that public education is, compulsory education, standardized education, no child left behind, Common Core, all those freaking insanity, then you realize what ultimate great evil has been done by well-intentioned retards. If you wanted to can give good intentions on the war on drugs, which is possible to frame it that way, another example of Holocaust of rights violations ensuing from well-intentioned retards. Well-intentioned and effective. I mean, the thing is, effectiveness and retardation go hand in hand. If you're not retarded, then you can't be very effective because you're more. I mean, INTJs are the exception to this, but like, obviously, what if you're being adequately deliberative about things, you're not going to be very effective. And so the people who are most likely to affect the change that they're passionately advocating for are invariably inadequately deliberative and therefore wrong. He's teaching to the bottom of the class. Like, the whole concept is so like ESFP. It's like, listen, I don't want to leave any of these kids behind. I'm gonna make sure every last one of these kids masters the material. And then just refusing to actually engage questions like, well, what if 29 of your 30 kids have long since mastered this particular unit you're covering, and one kid is still failing to grasp it, and should you stay on that unit and let the 29 people who've already mastered it learn nothing for the entirety of the time you spend teaching the 30th kid what the other 29 already know? Is that how to maximize learning outcomes overall? It's just fucking like, well, we just got to find a way to do it so that everybody learns all the time and everything's wonderful. We just need to find a better way to do my incredibly shitty idea. There's no good way to do that fucking retarded idea at all. But education is full of, we don't want to hear about what's right. We want to hear about how to do the wrong thing better. If you want to have critique of it, I want constructive criticism, like, listen, we can all have our different opinions, but this is the way we're doing it. And if you want to improve that, you can try to do it better. There's no good way to beat your children. I'm sorry. I guess you could do it better by hitting them with a smaller stick. But, like, no, that's not a good way to accomplish this educational outcome. Yes, we should prioritize that question over whatever garbage you're prioritizing. No, we need you to have the kids write this many papers and Why? About what? What are you trying to accomplish here? How do you think this is going to work? Well, it's English year stuff. They're going to read some books and they're going to write some papers about them. Like, well, why would anybody do that? Like, what are you trying to teach them? How to speak English? They already speak it. How to write? They either will naturally become a good writer because they're a reader and that's just how they roll, or they'll never be a good writer and it never will matter at all. Most of all, what specifically are you trying to teach them? How to write a paper about about whether this character or that character is more courageous? That is specifically what you're trying to teach them. The obvious question is why? No, we're not trying to teach them that. We think they're going to get skills that they generalize from doing that. Well, if you have any idea of what this skill is you want to train them to do, why don't you just train them to do that thing directly? Oh, well, we don't really know what this thing is we're talking about. I know you don't, you fucking retards. I knew that from the moment you opened your mouth. I knew that from the moment you conveyed to me that you thought it was a good idea to force children to read books and write papers about them. In this endlessly long period of time in which children are required to do practice work that's practicing them for when they actually are going to use these skills someday to do actual work. Well, we've only got 6 hours a day for 15 years. How are we going to teach them all the things they need to know? I mean, if it takes you 15 years to teach them all the things they need to know, then I'm sorry, you're doing an absolutely fucking terrible job of everything. But, I mean, not until they get older will they be able to read masterpieces like War and Peace. Nobody wants to read that fucking book. I'm sorry. Nobody should want to read that book. The idea that you're educating kids by forcing them to read this book or that other book is ridiculous. No, you want to actually educate kids. Get rid of all of your fucking liberal stuff, left like liberal arts stuff. Get rid of your English, your history, your economics. Get rid of your whatever other bullshit classes like that there are, and replace it all with competition flow debate. Because there's not. I don't care how much of an expert you are in your little field, economics or literature or whatever, you're retarded compared to an actual trained debater in every fucking way conceivable. If you actually care about educational outcomes, just trash all of those whole departments, get rid of everybody, replace it only with competition flow debate. And then let the kids who don't want to do that go home. For fuck's sake, go do something they want to do, or something they're actually good at. They can have some skills at it or something. Because it's like you hear all kinds of garbage, like somebody winning the Nobel Prize for economics and with some bullshit garbage that wouldn't live 5 seconds in a fucking debate round before it got just absolutely eviscerated. Historians with there, and then this happened, and then that happened. The only reason anybody ever has for history at all is because it's illustrative of something. In other words, it's used in some kind of an advocacy. So accordingly, why treat it as though it has purpose other than that? I mean, it's entertaining. Like, I like to watch videos about World War II and stuff. But that's not education, right? That's entertainment. I just like to watch the baseball game. Is watching baseball education? Right now, the Athletics are educating the San Francisco Giants by a score of 5-2, fortunately. But yeah, how are you possibly going to do a good job educating children when the entire structure of the thing is completely fucked up and back asswards and wrong in every conceivable way? I'll give like elementary school, early elementary school a pass up to like 5th grade. Although they're still doing a terrible job at that level too. For example, nobody leaves grammar school understanding grammar for some reason. Because nobody understands it, nobody knows how to teach it. They never should have phased out sentence diagramming. It's the only proper good way to teach grammar, and it's the only way you actually end up understanding grammar rather than just learning a bunch of disconnected concepts that don't mean anything. And it's also a perfect modality for teaching people with different ways of different learning preferences. Like, it's visual, it's kinesthetic, it's logical. Most of all, it's logical and makes good sense. You can also master it in a TE way, and when you understand it as determining what a given word is doing in a sentence, then grammar has the actual thing that it is rather than something else. Back asswards is a cool word. Some people say that's how you spell the letter W. BACKASSWARDS. Well, I disagree with those people. I think it's spelled Doubleyoo, which is a much more sensible way to spell it. So anyway, yeah, I'm a little bit mad at education for being wrong about stuff, but as any self-respecting human being is, I'm mostly infuriated with education for just the holocaust of rights violations that it perpetrates all the time on everybody. Until you get out of compulsory education, anyway. There's no good way to violate rights. There's no good way to force people to do things they are neither inclined nor talented nor potentially benefiting from. Like, you know, can you imagine poor T.I. Polar Kid in my fucking logic class? They have to go there every day. They don't understand anything that's going on at all. Probably they're hardworking ESFPs trying to TE this whole thing. And I mean, they're not often hardworking, but let's just pretend this one is. Doesn't want to be here, has no choice, and is being told by the authority figure that they're bad in some fashion because they are unable to do what they are intentionally, constitutionally unable to do. It's like, you're bad, Rachel, because you can't pee with your penis. Well, I mean, no way you could possibly change to pee with your penis. So how could it possibly be your fault? Anyway, and then in typical fucking NI polar slash TE using whatever person fashion, they're like, no, you just have to figure out how to adapt the curriculum so that they can learn it better. There's this refusal to accept that people are different, have different abilities, and that we shouldn't try to force everybody into the same common set of whatevers. Like, it's better if you got a class of, let's say, an 8th grade total class in a super small school of 10 students. It's better that all 10 of them do all the things, even though, and have a result where you're going to get some of them are super good at some things and super bad at other things. Better to have them all do all the things than it is to have them specialize in the things that they actually want to do. I mean, in what universe is that better, right? Like, it's so anti-polar. Instead of actually focusing on what you care about, want to do, or can actually perform well at, and actually devoting all your time to that, instead, let's diversify and have you do plenty of things that you aren't good at, don't like, and let's not only have you do that, let's not use those kind of light language. Let's force you to do that. That's somehow better, right? To force somebody to focus on things that they aren't any good at, don't like, are not interested in, for an equal amount of time, to the amount of things that they are actually good at, it's just complete fucking insanity, right? Only NI-polar fucking TI polar combo retard person come up with some fucking bullshit like that. Oh, let's add a corkscrew. You know, everyone's better if they're more like a Swiss Army knife and less like an actual tool that's specialized to do the thing it's doing. Nobody's better like that. No, nothing in life is consistent with that at all. I mean, I guess it's true that retards who think that everything's better with a corkscrew added to it certainly are good at getting themselves elected and stuff like that. They're very effective people. But all the things that have any value at all in life are what they are and not something else concurrently. I need to eat a little bit of food, I think. Hold on. The only question, you know what I actually think I need to do is more to eat food even is drink some liquid. I don't want to eat anything, but I do want to look inside of the fridge. Yep. That's the inside of the fridge. Yeah, sometimes you know you don't want to eat anything in there, but you just want to look in there anyway because it's kind of like halfway between not eating anything and eating something. And you kind of level up there if you look in the fridge and drink some water. And then eventually, if you really want to put off the decision for longer, you eat a couple chips or something. Anyway, there's no good way to fix education because everybody involved in it wants to optimize their turd rather than actually replace it with something of value. And obviously, nothing ever good happened from turd optimization. And of course, you know, if you point that out, you're part of the problem. You're not looking for a real solution. You're just complaining or whatever. No, I'm the only person here actually looking for a solution. And I'm the only person here providing the solution. But what do you expect when you come up against like entrenched architectural problems like that? Like whenever you have institutions, especially government-funded institutions, oh God, what a nightmare, right? Because you've got all these people who have job security regardless of competency, and who most of whom are in this pleasant, deluded dream that they actually are competent and accomplishing things. and are quite like, well, I know best about this sort of thing, when they could not be less qualified to talk about this. And you got faculty room after faculty room after faculty room filled with such tards. Some of whom might be good teachers in some capacity, right? Like, I'm thinking about Heather in particular. This is a great example of what I'm talking about. Heather is this very celebrated teacher for St. Gabriel Middle School. What is it called? What is that middle school called? I can't remember now. Anyway, Jefferson. She was like, teacher of the year at Jefferson or something. She ran their speech team. And one time, like in a debate conference or in a league meeting or something, she talked about, I think it's important that we make sure all the students are doing their own work. Like in debate, I give my kids parameters, like this is what you should research, this is search term stuff. I let them do all their own work so that they're actually learning themselves. You dumb bitch, they're not learning anything because you're not teaching them anything. It's obviously not the case that your kids are learning more than mine because they keep getting their asses destroyed in every debate round. They don't understand anything about the topic, etc. And it's this prioritization of something other than actual learning outcomes, right? Like prioritization of some heuristic, or I don't even know what they're trying to measure there. Like the best way to teach a kid is by sending them off to flail helplessly on their own. Okay. Yeah, that's a mushroom stream. Well, this is their own work. The point is, just like with a football coach, right? You don't expect the kids to write their own plays and execute them. And even if you did, it wouldn't be beneficial because that's he's trying to get them to do your job. Anyway, the point is, if you just view debate as an educational thing, like who knows the most about this topic at the end of the debate topic, says a single multi-word public forum. Well, if you just evaluate it like that and nothing else, Heather, we could have your kids and our kids all sit in like a academic decathlon setting or whatever, and we'd still absolutely destroy you beyond all recognition. Your kids will still not have learned a teeniest fraction of what my kids would have learned. Because you think it's more important that they do their own work or something. They're not doing work, right? They're oh, for fuck's sake. How is it more instructive to have a kid be like, look, I want you to build a cabinet. Now, here's a saw and here's some wood. You figure it out. How is that conceivably a good way to accomplish anything at all? It's as retarded as the Socratic method and any kind of classroom discussion. If you're having a class where you are the teacher, you owe it to the students to actually teach them something specific during the course of that time. Somehow, the idea of teacher no longer means actually teaching anything. Of course, it's inevitable that it decay to this level of shenanigans because you've got teachers who are being assigned, 5-6 periods a day of students who they have to spend this amount of time with, and left to their own devices to do whatever. You know, some of the things that they're trying to teach, they absolutely do not qualify as things that one can teach because there aren't there aren't concrete enough measurable education outcomes, like writing, for example. You can collaborate with somebody on how they can write better if that's what they want, right? Like people, different writers, any kind of art, right? It's like we all struggle. Here's something that worked for me, maybe it won't for you. I don't know. But the thing is, if you're not trying to do the thing in the first place, then there's no conceivable way to teach it to you. Then there's other things like math that is appropriately taught the way it's taught generally. Like, I mean, I would do things differently, but it's a subject that can be taught, and you can determine whether the educational outcome has been achieved or not. You can measure it, etc. Things like logic are that way too, and grammar is like that. Other things like grammar and math units, they're nice and discrete. You can teach the whole thing and then you're done. And that's the other problem that people have is they don't want it to be like that. They don't want like, well, give me your student, I'll teach them all of grammar, and then they'll be done with it forever. And I'm not exactly sure how long it's going to take. That depends on how fast your student is. People want ongoing education for their children to get better and better at things forever, even if it's a closed system thing that they've already completely mastered. It's weird. Oh yeah, I can accept that fact, no problem. I have a lot more trouble accepting the fact that like education is the way it is and we can't change anything about it because of a bunch of dumb people. That is bothersome to me because it's a fucking Holocaust of rights violations. Incredibly ill-conceived approach to doing things, deprecated, born out and antiquated to a time long before this one. You know, in real life, I don't dislike dumb people at all. Some of my favorite people are completely retarded. I love Jared. He's he draws conclusions on things that are obviously. I just think like, okay, that's obviously not what that thing you saw meant. But that's fine. You know, what do I care? It's part of his charm. I don't have any problem with regular people just being regular people all the time. I prefer it that way. In general, the problem I always have in life is when people are having impacts outside of their lane, like be as dumb as you want. Don't then also become a circuit court judge. Be as dumb as you want. Don't be a superintendent of schools inflicting harm on millions of kids who are involuntarily subject to your stupidity. Be as dumb as you want, Renaud Contini. Don't write books about personality type. They confuse a bunch of people and are just fucking could not be more wrong about everything. Completely indefensibly so. Misleading people, etc. And the thing is, what's the key phrase in all of that? Indefensibly so. Like, if you're gonna say stuff, it should about that kind of stuff, about people's identity and things like that. It better be defensible, right? You gotta have if what you're saying is subject to a vigorous, competent critique, right? That it will remain standing after that. If you're just pulling random shit out of your ass you can't conceivably defend, then don't even fucking write a book in the first place. Obviously. Let alone 3 of them. Filled with just garbage. I don't have any problem with dumb people at all. I have a problem with dumb people being dumb in exactly the wrong place all the time. Being dumb in exactly the wrong place in exactly the wrong ways all the time. It's like if you're not competent in the rationalist communicative realm, then don't engage in things that require competency in that. Like you don't see me going around and trying to have sex with everybody. It would be like me going to be a grief counselor. I guess that's a unique quality that dumb people have that I don't have. That dumb people, like you're Typology, you might well think that perfect job for you is lawyer because that helps people. I do like to help people. That's the power of Naruto. It doesn't matter how incredibly ill-suited I am for something. I believe it. I believe I am amazing at it for absolutely no reason. And my power of belief takes me further than you will ever go, Eric. You're right, retard. My point is that you shouldn't go those places. Because you're doing a lot of harm to everybody. Yeah, well, you just don't know how truly important it is to me and how much compassion I feel and how good my intentions are. And if you knew all of that, then you wouldn't be trying to judge me like this. I'm not being judgmental. I am expressly condemning you for your evil ways. You know, the thing is, sure, there's already so much evil in the world from people who are trying to be evil, right? Like, there's a lot of people who are trying to be evil. We have to deal with all of them. Why do we have to deal with retards being evil while being trying to do a good job? Oh, it's frustrating. Like, we're at a massive disadvantage in the fight against evil to begin with. You know, if the side of good can't put it in the hands of the right kind of people, then we're doomed. We're doomed to either become evil or to lose to it. Of course, on the other side of the equation, a more positive framing of things, you got Google. Google is fantastic. Google would do a much better job of running the country than any president ever has. They already are doing a better job of running the country than anybody else. I shouldn't say they would, they already are.
I love you.
I love you too. Yeah. All right, cool. I'm pretty tired too, certainly. But I am tripping more this time than last time. That's good.
That's good. I'm glad.
Yeah. I still should have hooked up with JJ, but I was more lazy. It's like I thought about it, like, okay, look, you're gonna want to supplement this eighth of mushrooms with at least some of the other mushrooms from JJ next time you take them. But I was more lazy than I was correct in that instance, where I sided with, yeah, I don't feel like going and getting those. You know, whether I was gonna take them today or tomorrow, I already kind of said I don't feel like making that drive.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
I think I remember with mushrooms is like you only get one shot a week really to do it right. So I shouldn't have been such a lazy guy. That's okay. I think I can forgive myself for this. Yeah. A lot of things in life I regret. I'm going to be pretty able to forgive myself for this one, I think. I don't even have my normal sense of like, oh, I wish I just feel kind of like, whatever, it's gonna go down like this anyway because I'm tired and stuff. You know, it is very much worthwhile to try to better understand one's own subjective rhythms and such. Like, there's definitely something to that. Like, this is your meow number day. I don't think that it's based. I don't think it's the case that what day is this being your meow number day is correct for the way they figure it out. But I do think that there's probably a progression of days, like going from, like inspired, maximally effective, maybe going, being impelled by that momentum, and then there being some day where, like, you're really gonna have a lot of trouble resting because you are too focused on various tasks. Having another day that you're like, you don't want to deal with those tasks, but you still deal with them. Another day where you're gonna rest more. Like, that progression of those kind of days makes perfectly good sense. And it's probably, I guess, for more semi competent people, they could possibly, like, actually anticipate that stuff in advance. Like, I get a kind of baby understanding of that. Like, okay, at this point in the process, we're likely to feel kind of burned out. But I think in general, understanding the self in terms of days is a super SI thing. Oh, the A's one, that's good. Water be wet. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I don't mean to be exempting myself from any critiques of retardation either, because I was like reading over some old typology documents I wrote. And, like, this one here, which one was it? One of these documents that I just like, oh my god, could you have been any fucking denser and, like, dumb sounding? It's not like what I was saying was wrong. It's like, or are you trying to make it sound more fancy or something? Like, why are you writing like this? How thwacked out must you have been when you were writing this? It's like I got so many fucking documents. I mean, people say, like, why did you write a book about typology? Oh, God. I, how many more documents about typology could I possibly have? Writing a book about typology is a challenge because, it's one of those things that's both simple and complicated. And it's also something that you don't really understand what it is until you understand it in full. And what it is a metaframe that explains human consciousness itself and answers so many other questions that have always seemed difficult to answer before, and yet is going to run afoul of various perspectives in the status quo that are predicated on those wrong assumptions. That's, and then, what are you writing the thing for? Are you trying to convey how cognitive functions like informs human understanding? Or are you trying to explain to people how cognitive function informs them about themselves or other people? Are you trying to explain how cognitive functions is a better explanation of personality than alternatives? Are you trying to explain to people how to type people or what kind of conclusions are adequate to take away given that you know somebody's a certain type? There's so many different possible frames. It's it's like I can't even can I can't come to any kind of conclusion about like I can't figure out a whole that is itself a good whole for a book, and also does any of the things that it might do about cognitive functions without somehow doing like a disservice or being misleading about other things. It's it's one of the most complicated questions in the world. People say, "Why don't you write a book about cognitive functions?" Where you just lay it all out there. Well, it's so much more of a challenging question than that. Like, if I just, in a super TI way, try to be as precise as possible, just doing everything full defensibility, then I wouldn't want to write it and I wouldn't want to read it. you know? I agree with G on that. If it is the case that NI and SE should work in conjunction with one another to know when to pull the trigger and then pull the trigger. But if you're on NI Dom, you have a very fourth slot relationship with SE. You're instead in receiving mode all the time. And that's great at knowing whether things that are holistically evaluated correct or best evaluated holistically. Well, your job is to sit there and know correctly about those things as you receive them. It couldn't hardly be more useless. Indeed, I think INFJs are quite possibly the single most useless people in the world. I mean, and that's how it goes in life in general, right? If you want to be precious and correct and smart and all those other things, you have to also be useless. That's how it goes. To the extent that you're not useless, it means you're not more precious and smart and stuff. Obviously, when you get an INFJ who's a genius at making their art, well, they're not useless at all. They are the very soul of humanity. But the vast majority of INFJs are not Lou Reed or Corey or Johnny or whatever. They're not necessarily gonna be good at any kind of stuff, externalization of stuff at all. When they are good at it, it's because they've come up with some sort of thing like Corey used to say that he didn't create any of his things. He just they were revealed to him somehow. you know. Oh yeah. Well, INTJs. I said earlier. I'll say again. INTJs are the exception to everything I'm saying here because they get to be both bright, precious, super smart, and effective. Congratulations, INTJs. Good for you. But like ENTJs, they are definitely getting somewhat retarded because of their effectiveness. Yeah, if I had to pick a type to be other than, I mean, just forget other than ENTP. If I could just pick a type, like, let's say, all right, well, I'm back in pre-lifetime again after this life's over, where you get to decide what you want to be. I would totally pick INTJ because they have the best of all worlds. They have all the capacity they need to be correct, and they countervalue it as they should, because why should correctness be an absolute value? Or even a strong instrumental value? It's not any good from your perspective. It's good for everybody, the world, but it's not good for you at all to be conscribed by correctness limitations. And not having any FE worries, like, I don't give a fuck what other people think. Like, yeah, it's like I typed this INFP the other day, and she's really into writing. Um, so I was like, well, what are some of your long term goals? She's like, well, I definitely want to finish a book. And I was like, you mean, again, publish it and stuff? She's like, well, maybe after I'm dead. Like, why would you even write a book if you don't want other people to read it? It's completely insane to me. And the only reason she said after she was dead because maybe her future kids and grandchildren would want to read it. It's like you should write a book trying for it to be good and want to publish it so that other people can get the benefit of its goodness. And of course, also so you can get the benefit of other people thinking you're cool and smart and stuff. the idea that you would write for some other reason, it's like, why would you write at all if I I I don't get it one bit. Like, why would you want to finish a book that you don't want to publish until after you're dead? Not because there's anything bad in it, but because I don't know why. Like, she's not talking about writing some tell-all book that she doesn't want the facts. She's talking about writing a science fiction book or something like that. She wants to finish. One of her goals is to complete a book. I totally get that. It's hard to complete project. But apparently, one of her goals is not to have anybody read it. That why even write it at all if you don't want anybody to read it? I don't understand it one bit. That is just FI insanity. Like, you're supposed to write a book, but the standard you're trying to meet is NIFE good or NITI good. Like, it's either, your book's either fantastic because of it's fantastic, like, I don't know, like Harry Potter or something, or it's correct and insightful and informative. It's like those are the only conceivable standards anybody could ever try to meet when they're writing a book, right? Like, do an amazing job of storytelling or something like that and resonate with people accordingly and make people go like, oh my God. But no matter what you're doing, it's always in reference to how it's going to impact people who read it. I can't even conceive of, of writing in a way that doesn't consider that. I may not always do a good job of considering that, but I can conceive of writing in a frame that's not that. Like, why are you writing at all? But INFPs are into weird shit sometimes that I don't understand at all. Like Adam. Adam is an INFP I watch on YouTube. He's really into tying flies. Even though he's not a good fly fisherman, he does occasionally try it a little bit. I don't think he's ever caught anything fly fishing. He got into tying flies before he actually ever attempted fly fishing. Like, why? What? How? Like, how conceivably could that possibly be fun to anybody at all in the first place? Second of all, how do you get into that in some way other than through fly fishing first? I I don't know. I respect INFPs a lot, but I do not understand them one bit. Like, to me, it's like they live in this world where the purpose of things is, is just randomly assigned by a random number generator or something. I mean, think about it. Like, who can you imagine yourself for any reason whatsoever? What the hell is that? That's a super slow moving. Oh, I went behind the trees though, so I can't really see it anymore. Like, who would think tying a fly for fly fishing would be fun at all? It's super like minute little detailed work, and there's no way of knowing if you've actually done a good job or not. It's just up to your whatever, I guess. And then we'll see if the fish eat it or not. It's like at best there's kind of general standards you should try to. It's like some recipes where first you loop it around this many times. Like, who could possibly be entertained by that? Who could do? Who conceivably would choose to do that? I it's like torture work that you assign to your prison camp people. But that's what Adam likes to do for fun, I guess. It's one thing I like about watching Adam is it's fun watching some INFP who's both hilariously bad at all the SE stuff that he's constantly doing and is hilariously unaware of it as well. like, like, bro, that is not how you go about whatever it is. That is not an efficient way to unfold a thing. That is not a sane way to do any of these things that you're doing, which are all like weirdly peculiar and inefficient and totally SE polar. Like, leave it to an INFP, right? To make an internet career, and he's got over 100,000 subs, doing something that he's fundamentally terrible at. Like, makes all these travel things, right? But he's always confused about like where the train is, the bus, or if there is a bus, or I wish I had done a better job of thinking this out ahead of time, kind of stuff. Or he's just incredibly bad at it. And not like, that's not the point of it either. It's not one of those things where, look at me do stuff that I'm bad at. He's just doing stuff he enjoys and completely unaware that he's terrible at it all. Because, of course, he's doing a great job of INFPing, telling a little story about whatever as he goes on his wilderness thing. Oh, I wish I hadn't packed so heavy this time. Maybe I didn't need this. Yeah. He's always like, oh, I brought two of these things, but none of those other things. Oh, next time I'll have to remember not to do that. Or like, I brought these snowshoes, but now I'm mostly just walking on regular ground with them. Because, I guess I should take them off now? Because there's not any snow anymore? I don't know. Oh, your next life, you want to be an ESTP, huh? I'll go INTJ. Just get rid of all my conscious functions entirely. I definitely want to be FI in the next life. I'm tired of being right and helpless to do anything about it. I want to be wrong and not give a fuck. I think ESFP is just as good a choice as INTJ, really. Except ESFP, it's like you're gambling on more volatility, potentially higher rewards, but potentially higher losses. Like nobody can enjoy a wonderful life like an ESFP can, but at the same time, what are the likelihood they're going to have a wonderful life? Well, that's fairly low, I think. INTJs, maybe not maximally good at enjoying a wonderful life, but you are going to get almost 100% return on a good life. And probably the biggest problem in your life is that you're married to an ESFP. That's the one part of INTJ I don't want a part of. Being an INTJ dramatically increases your likelihood of being married to an ESFP. So I'd rather be an ESFP than be married to one any day. Of course, that's from my non-sensory frame of reference. ESFPs seem to me to demand a bunch of things that they should, and there's no way I'm going to be able to provide those things. You know, I'm sure if I were an INTJ, I'd just be like, "Hey, you're bringing the sensuality I want, and you're setting high standards for me to meet with my incredibly effective effectiveness." So I guess I'll probably be wrapping this up pretty soon. I want to start giving serious thought to what I'm going to do after the stream is when I know I'm actually. And this never occurred to me before, but like when I think I could watch this or I could watch that, that's probably a pretty strong indicator that the stream is on life support. People might wonder, like, why even bother doing it at all, Eric? If it's only 3 people here, 2 people here, whatever. Well, because I like to. No, Kitty, I don't like you over here. Go away. I don't want you always like coming around and owning me and stuff. Just stay a few feet away. I'll pet you if I feel like it. You don't need to come over and be all like on me all the time. Okay? My feelings matter too, Kitty. Not just your feelings. The problem with FE third, right? An FI polar in some sense is, it could be explained as durability of asserting subjective interests, like both threshold and durability. At what threshold do I assert my subjective interest over the other parties? We're just in this instance imagining an exchange between 2 people. So FE third, FI polar. I guess it's complicated. It's like you could potentially model it in terms of thresholds and duration. Like, but there have to be different kinds of thresholds too. Like, for example, FI polar is very good at prioritizing its subjective short-term interests and not prioritizing its subjective long-term interests. Certainly in some contexts. In other contexts, it can be a failure to prioritize subjective interests that should be prioritized at a, like to have an impossibly high threshold, and or it could be like a failure to understand how subjectivities play out over the long term. Doing a poor job of predicting, anticipating changes in that field. I guess it's a lot more complicated than I was initially thinking. This is part of why I like to live stream, even if there's nobody here, is that just because I'm live streaming, it is impetus to talk about something and talk something out through its ideational possibilities. Like, how exactly you model FI polar, in other words, if you're going to strip away everything except to just have it be mechanics linking to like thresholds slash uh, I guess you could say scope of field, and anyway, it's a hard one to model is the point. And talking it out and such helped me to understand some ways in which the question is complicated because after all, ultimately we're talking about a conscription of all possible, of maximal possible attention in that area, right? Like if you're an FI Dom, what is your if you're gonna again try to strip it down to just mechanical elements in the simulatable system, that's gonna look like yeah, where you're defining things in terms of interests, short term, long term, um, and I guess you have some kind of optimality, like if somebody expresses FI DOM in an optimal fashion, it has it factors in these considerations, like, or it can be tested in these ways, like that it'll still, somebody who's using FI well can anticipate how Mia is going to make them feel later on better than somebody who's using FI poorly. And accordingly, in this simulation of things, you've got like a maximal end to the sliders, right? So when we're trying to describe FI polar mechanically, what we're trying to do is say, and now that we've correctly broken it down into these various simulatable vectors, like significance, how important something is to you, and your ability to be correct about that, and how to validate that, right? Like, we validate whether you're correct about that by longevity of correctness. Anyway, not if it's a good simulation, there's not a shit ton of different moving parts, right? So, like, you want as few unique classes of objects as possible. And this sort of thing is a kind of intellectual work that I can't really do unless I'm talking out loud. You know, like walking through what would be necessary to simulate like different slot mechanics for Fi Dom versus Fi polar in this example. But an equivalent thing would be needed for all of the functions. And it's complicated with Fi polar because it's both deficits in terms of knowing the significance of things on subjective grounds, like mistaking something that's less significant for being more significant. Again, validated according to longevity of perception. And there are deficits in terms of like predictive, like knowing, there's one question of accurately determining how I feel right now, and there's another question of accurately predicting how I'm going to feel about this going on long term. Um, in other words, what you might think of as being good at, or being having more immunity to uh, newness, newness appeal. Not sure there's a lot more mechanical distinctions that need to be made. But like in practice, you also have questions of like, this is what made me start thinking about it in the first place, the dynamic between me and the cat. Like, I may not like having the cat next to me right now, but it's not in general true that I don't like the cat to be near me. It depends on the moment, right? And and so questions of like how likely am I to assert my subjective preference, and also the extent to which I'm likely to misunderstand my momentary mood preference as something more general than that, right? It's it's complicated. Super complicated. Because, of course, the idea of using a subjective calculus or an interested calculus is itself incredibly complicated. It's full of particularisms. So, if you're going to simulate something like that, it's a lot harder to simulate things like Fi and Se than it is to simulate things like Ti and Ne. How does Fi fifth usually manifest? I mean, that's another complicated question, right? Like, it. I think in general, socionics did a good job of calling fifth slot ignoring, and yet, also the case that compared to the average other person, we've got much more fluency in that fifth slot function than the average person will. And in fact, that being very capable and fluent in that will be a critical part of our self understanding. So, it's a complicated question with Fi. It basically means that you're happiest, obviously, and you feel like this is how it should be and that this is how you are in general. That what you want and what other people want is the same thing, and that your subjective interests and their subjective interests are not in conflict. But it's hard for me to understand Fi fifth because it's hard for me to understand and explain Fi in general. If you're going to correct me, that's fine. Fi is the place to do it. I have trouble understanding it, and so when somebody asks me the question, well, what's Fi fifth like? I mean, I don't really feel like I have a great answer for that. So, if you want to correct me on this, go right ahead. I'm all ears. There are instances where I feel like I definitely do have the answer, in which case I'm not interested in other people's running. It's not because I'm not willing to engage those ideas as competition for my own. It's that I already have, and many, many more. In this case, I don't really know. So I'm happy for other people to tell me. Fi is confusing, you know. I get certain things that it is, for sure, in the ways that is mechanically distinct from other functions. For example, how the mechanical distinction between Ti and Fi being disinterested interest. I understand that just fine. But as to the actual expression of that interested calculus, well, it's like I was saying about INFPs making no sense at all to me. Like, why would this lady have a goal of completing a science fiction book that she only would want to have published after she's dead? Like, why? It's inconceivable to me how anybody could think like that at all, because the whole point of writing a book is to try to write something that's good, try to make a good piece of art, right? And if it's a good piece of art, then why would you not want others to access it? And if the reason you don't want it to be published is because it's bad, well, how can you know that before you even write it? You know, it's inconceivable to me what could conceivably be going through her mind to want to write a book that she doesn't want other people to read? And not because it's like a private diary, it's a fiction book. Why? Why are you writing it at all? The only reason she wants it published after she's dead at all is because maybe her children and grandchildren would be interested in reading it. I don't get it. I totally do not get it one bit. Makes zero sense to me how anybody could conceivably think like that. I mean, like, there are things like, I don't know, me picking my fingernails that obviously I don't feel the need to publish, right? Because why would I publish something like that? It's just unique and particular to me. No, nobody wants to smell my farts, right? Like that kind of thing. Then there are things that I decide to publish because they're correct, and I think other people should be corrected. Usually, that's the motivation behind it, less than anything more noble than that. Is I'm mad at other people's wrongness. Then there's like a fiction book. It is not like picking your nails or whatever. You're trying to make a piece of art that's a novel and that exists only for one conceivable reason, for other people to read it. It's just like Adam. It has this thing he likes to do, tying fly fishing flies. He got into doing this before he even ever went fly fishing. Even though, by all objective measures, the worst conceivable part of fly fishing is tying flies. It's kind of like he has as a hobby resetting his rig on his fishing line, where from, first he moves the floater up 6 inches and the weights, he puts them above the floater, and then he goes and cuts it off and switches it around again. Like, that's the part of fishing that is you have to do. Nobody could conceivably want to do that as an activity. That's FI for you. How do you simulate that? Somebody wants to do this incredibly stupid, important thing. And that's like their activity. And they don't even go fly fishing yet. How do you conceivably explain that? It's not explainable. Just like it's not explainable why anybody would write a book they don't want anybody to read. Like, whenever you're making decisions as a storyteller, it's predicated on whether the decisions are going to be effective or not on an audience. So how anybody could be really into writing, have a goal of completing a novel, and not want people to read it at all? It's like somebody wanting to, I don't know, make hammers and sell them, but only for non-hammer use. Big sticker. These are decorative hammers only, and or some other thing. It's not that there's anything structurally wrong with them. It's that I designate them as not to be used as hammers. That's the kind of insanity we're talking about. I remember living with an IFP in China, and I'd see him. He his emotions were so obvious, and like when he was enjoying something, I always thought like it looks like he's faking enjoying something to try to convince other people of that, but it's absolutely not that at all. That's how it's just him actually enjoying that thing so much. The time he wanted to yell at me about smoking outside when his laundry was out there and it was raining. It's like, bro, look, I don't need to have this rule where I smoke only outside because I'm the boss and you're the underling. I could smoke in this place all the time and fuck you could do about it. Because at the time I would smoke inside of my own house, um, and instead I go outside to be considerate of you. And it was raining, so I have limited the amount of spaces I could stand outside. Also, I didn't notice your clothes were there, and if I had, it wouldn't have fucking occurred to me. And most of all, how dare you yell at me and then not listen to what I have to say in response, but instead walk away from it? That will never happen again. I wrote him a stern letter about that. You can yell at me as much as you want, say as many things as you want to say, and you will then listen to my response to them. Like, why would you ever say anything to anybody if you don't want to hear what their response is? I mean, it wasn't a normal boss underling relationship, obviously. He already independently was the head coach of another program before I brought him in to run our speech thing. He wanted to do our shit because, it made him decent money as opposed to working for the Catholic school, having a full teaching load, and being expected also to run the speech team. Ridiculously. Like, you can't do that job. You cannot do a good job of being a debate coach and also have your attention elsewhere. Speech coach, maybe, but not debate coach. I think AI is spectacular. I love it. Do I think it's going to have economic harms? Probably. But it's hard to say for sure. I don't think anybody's predictions on the extent to which AI is going to impact the job market are worth anything because I think it's just too unpredictable. There's too many variables, and obviously we can see it's easy to measure ways in which AI, like specific jobs that AI can and is replacing. It's difficult to measure any other variable in the system. So our predictions are always going to be more dire than um, are probably justified. But sometimes things are worse than they look accordingly too. So what is the case though is that we'll hit a hard ceiling, not a hard ceiling, a ceiling that's gonna it slows the progress of things, and that is energy requirements slash um, actually building all those data centers and stuff. Like we're pretty much topped out right now on how much compute can be directed at AI. There's just not. We need a lot more energy and a lot more infrastructure stuff, right? And of course, there's ample resources and good reason to um, ramp up our energy production slash infrastructure and such to accommodate the increased need. But that's not going to happen instantaneously. Oh, yeah. Gee, believe me, if you were within arm's reach, I would give you more joints than you could hold in your hand. No. I don't notice different strains affect me differently. Um, the only thing I might notice is whether a weed is particularly stony or not. Or also headachy. So the reason in general I prefer sativas over indicas, I think of it as indicas as being more headachy. It's not necessarily the case. I can't necessarily tell right away upon pulling the bong rope. I can tell you after I've smoked that strain for a while. You just get whatever the dealer has. Well, that works too. The other thing is, if you don't smoke all the time, you don't have infinite weed to smoke all the time like me, then when you do smoke occasionally, it doesn't really matter what you have, it'll get you nice and high. No, I don't really notice those things. I typically like strains that are stony and or taste good. I like Gorilla Glue number 4 because it's super stony, even though it doesn't taste good. I like Durban Poison because it's stony and tastes fantastic. I like Jack mostly because I like the way it tastes, even though it's not stony. I like Northern Lights for nostalgic reasons. I don't like Blue Dream at all. I don't know. It's it just seems like it tastes dirty and it's not very stony. That's what I think about Blue Dream. Tastes dirty, not stony. It's like Gorilla number 4. It doesn't. It tastes dirty, but doesn't matter because it fucking packs a punch, and it's like I guess I can tell somewhat like the characteristics of a high, because I would say that Gorilla Lumina 4 has a very clean high. It's not dirty, it's not headachy. But it tastes dirty. I'll totally excuse the taste of it if it has that great impacts and stuff like I was saying. Super stony, nice, clean, non-headachy high. You can taste like whatever you want. Oh yeah. Well, there's different ways you can make concentrate. Some of them have use butane and stuff, and some of them use a centrifuge. Some of them have a combination of solvents and various things. If it's done properly, all that stuff is removed from, so it doesn't matter, you know? It's like, if you talk about how my Adderall pills are made, it's full of incredibly toxic shit. But in the end, they're just fine. Because all that toxic stuff is removed before the final product. Sometimes we have to use toxic things to get from one chemical state to another, but that is not informative at all about the toxicity of the last thing. If it's done improperly with concentrate, though, you can totally taste it. You can totally taste the solvent in the concentrate. You go like, bro, this tastes a lot like butane. Brandon came over one time with some of that. He's like, I got some of this stuff when I went to LA, and I came home and was like, oh my god, this tastes like butane. We, of course, tried it just to see what he was talking about. And it did, in fact, taste like butane. It's like, and here's the good stuff. That's clean and not full of adulterants. Because, you know, he goes to LA and he gets like, I don't know what the term of it was. He gets some level of concentration already, brings it back to his set of where he's got a centrifuge, and then he makes it into what we call like rosin or wax. He sells that. He texted me today telling me that if he's going to be out of town for a bit, but that if I want to hook up those mushrooms, his mom will get it for me. Which I thought was pretty funny. Because he's always positioned his mom as kind of like a stodgy person a bit. I guess his mom, I don't think his mom is normally involved in his drug dealing at all, but I guess his mom's like, well, if he's going to really get 3 ounces of mushrooms from me, he might as well. So I want to buy him up before we move, you know. They're good mushrooms, they're fine. They're not super strong, but there's nothing gross about them particularly or anything like that. And, instead of eating an eighth, maybe eat eighth and a half. I think it's fair to draw that conclusion after taking them twice. Well, of course, that's a lie. I could take exactly 1/8 again next week and have totally different trip. Like this trip is much stronger than the last trip. Could be meow meow meow. It's hard to say. There are various factors that might explain it, but that's fucking mushrooms for you, man. They give you the trip that they want to give you, not the one that you want them to give you. Official brand name store weed is not impressive. I generally agree with you. Occasionally you'll find a strain that really pops. It's not really even the strain. That's the thing. It's not so much the strain as it is the individual year slash plant instance of it, right? Like you might have, and that's why I don't. In general, yes, indoor weed is denser and danker and stuff, but I don't necessarily find it more stony. And and I think that like weed, like grapes, it kind of depends on the individual year and individual plant. Obviously, strains will come out of the strains. Like when I planted back here a bunch of different strains, and it's quite dramatic how different each of the plants looks. While also all being obviously weed, especially when they start budding, it's like it's dramatic how different they look from each other and how distinct. Like I could recognize uh, Jack or Gorilla Glue #4 just by looking at it anywhere. Other strains are a little bit less. Like I have also a really good understanding of Northern Lights. If I saw Northern Lights anywhere, I'd be like, "That's Northern Lights." Growing, I'm talking about. I'm not talking about once it's harvested and put into little buds to smoke. Manicured. God, my fucking nose running is just so fucking annoying. I'm so done with it. I'm gonna take a couple of these Benadryls. Oh, Benadryl is a trap, though. It's such a trap, right? Like you take them. For me, I take them to sleep, and then what does it do? It gets my body used to having antihistamines, so that when I'm not taking them, my nose is running. Oh, you horrible drug, Benadryl, but so wonderful too. Like nothing makes me sleep so reliably as Benadryl. I mean, Klonopin does, but I mean, something that's not a benzo or something like that, or not even intended for sleep. Benadryl, I think a couple of Benadryl, and I will sleep like an angel for 4 to 6 hours. So what are you gonna do? I also hear it's bad for you to take antihistamines too much. It increases your chance of dementia. So I try not to take them too much, but it's also super important to get enough sleep. And especially if I'm whacked out, there's no way I'm gonna get any sleep if I don't take Benadryl. Well, what are you gonna do? It's one of those horrible TE things where there is no right answer and you balance various competing factors. I hate those kind of things. I don't want sensibly and in an ongoing fashion balance competing vectors as the answer to anything. Who would ever be satisfied with such a horrible answer? I don't like that answer at all. Those answers are terrible. They're not answers, right? They're prescriptive things like, fuck that kind of shit. Like, well, should I take Benadryl or not? Well, sleeping is really important. On the other hand, you don't want to get dementia. And on the other hand, it's good to take them because you don't have a runny nose. But then your body gets used to it, so then you always have a runny nose. What's more important, the sleep or something else? Like dementia prevention or runny nose stuff. What a horrible, horrible TE thing. It's one of those horrible kind of things that it's not a problem that you solve and then it's done, right? It's kind of like ongoing pay attention to thing with no right answer, but definitely wrong answers. Like, what the fuck? Are you serious? This is the thing that I don't like about TE at all. Like, I don't know how long it's going to take. I don't know if it's going to work. If it does work, I don't know if there's going to be other unintended problems that make it understandable. I won't know any of that stuff really. Anything that matters is that I've already done a bunch of TE processing. And there is no correct or incorrect answer in the end. You're just like, well, is this more or less what I think I wanted originally? I don't know. I wish I had never started teeing this thing to begin with. Fucking TE, it's brutal. It's absolutely brutal. Some people say it's the worst thing in history, and those people are not wrong. TE is the worst thing in history. I think that's fair to say. On every level, it's the worst thing in history. It's the most unpleasant thing to do. It's how everything horrible came to be. It doesn't care about whether things are legitimate at all. Everything about it is terrible. Oh, sure. We can also credit like everything that concrete that's good to TE as well. I'm not gonna deny that really. But nothing concrete that's good is because of my TE. Right? That's somebody else's TE that got them the benefits of those TE things, and I was sort of foreseeable but not intentional beneficiary of that as well. Like somebody else had the good TE idea of putting this walkway here for their own FI reasons, and I benefit from being underneath it. But that's not because I had good TE at all. If I had to TE this thing, it would be an absolute fucking disaster. So, the whole problem with TE is many, but first and foremost, is predicated on having a clear subjective goal to the exclusion of all other possible goals. And it's predicated on making sure that goal is narrow so that there's no mission creep or confusion about whether you've attained it or not. Well, accordingly, it's the alternative to, well, let's let it play out and see how it goes and make decisions on the fly. It says before you act, you should always have a goal and have done some consideration, and your action will be the kind of action that's interfacing with evolving reality so that, you know, even though you have to trust the TE process, right? Like, I can't articulate right now exactly how I'm going to get from point A to point B, but I can chunk it into manageable step things. Say, address these questions in step one, address these questions in step two. And then there's going to be lots of questions that are predicated on previous answers that we don't know about yet, so we're going to have to interface it, right? And and that's the horrible thing about TE. You have to trust a process that's all about impacts that you can only validate accordingly. In other words, TE is 90% about avoiding mishap and impacts, 10% about maximizing efficiency. But it's so confusing to even think about because unlike TI, you you can't understand TE except as solving problems via an interface of some kind. Like you the static things are, you know where you start, you know where your goal are, and you have some general understanding of the order of operations to get there. But the specifics of those processes, you're going to have to encounter the reality of it and figure that out because each of those steps is going to have its own unique logic. You're not quite sure now how easy it's going to be to figure that out, whether even you're going to be able to figure it out, or whether or not some of those things might prove an insurmountable barrier. But you're going to have to get into this process where your goal is to anticipate things that might be those insurmountable barriers before you even begin the process, in which case you don't begin the process. But you've got to be, the reality is no matter how good you TE it, you may get to chunk 5 of this and realize there's an insurmountable barrier there, and all the previous shit was for nothing. And the best you can do is estimate time frames. There's no like and all time frames are shifting and contingent on other time frames and stuff like that. It's incredibly infuriating. Like, I want to be able to deliberate out things in full, not have a bunch of stuff where, and we'll have to figure out the specific logic of this step when we on site, and then, well, what if we can't figure that out? Well, we'll have to figure that out then. Like, fuck off already, TE. That's why it's so rewarded. It's so hard to successfully accomplish anything. And being able to figure out how to navigate those incredibly infuriating succession of each having their own logic, and while at the same time keeping your eye on the prize, uh, it's incredibly difficult to do. So it's understandably rewarded a lot. I mean, it's the most, like, the only way you can genuinely fight against entropy, right? You have to have a clear subjective interest and this, and you know, force order onto reality accordingly. Despite the fact that there's all these eddying currents of agency and change and variability swirling everything, and the thing you're trying to do is robust, not because it's correct, but instead because you're good at navigating those constantly changing realities and specifics to get your goal. That that's that's the truest form of establishing order out of chaos. Because everything in the system is fighting against you successfully accomplishing that. Like, uh, if in every step of the way, if you do nothing, that's a loss, right? And in every step of the way, if you do something, that might be a loss. That's TE. Like, how did anybody ever win, right? Every time you do nothing, you lose, and every time you do something, you probably lose. How horrible. What a horrible, horrible system that is, right? Like, who wants to even engage in trying to attain goals if every time you do nothing you lose, and when you do something you there's a non-zero chance it's going to do more harm than good to your outcome. Like, the fuck. And then of course what it ends up expressing as is these narrowly defined best practices. Like, well, to optimize your YouTube channel, do these, take this approach to everything. So, okay, well, I do want my YouTube channel to be hugely successful. And I also believe you that doing all of these things would improve my chances. And I agree with you that I just have to trust the process, etc. But fundamentally, what you're asking me to do is the same thing all the time for impact reasons and not caring at all about what I feel like doing. So, what if my goal is huge success while not doing anything differently than what I'm doing now? What do you have to say about that, TE? How are you going to accomplish that? You want to impress me. Impress me by explaining how I'm going to do nothing differently than what I'm doing now and have my YouTube channel be a lot more successful. Then I'll be impressed with you. Because all of your TE solutions to how to make the channel more successful involve in it being different in some fashion from how it is right now. Obviously, changing things requires effort on my part, and changing them consistently over time, well, to always do it my way is like, hold on a second. That's not what I'm doing here, right? Like, I am not. Here's how to make your YouTube channel successful. Be a different YouTube channel. It's like, okay, well, I guess that's the correct answer. Like, obviously, being the same YouTube channel is not going to make my YouTube channel more successful, right? Um, but like for me specifically, the idea of being consistently one thing all the time and giving people videos that they want all the time, polished up like this or blah blah blah. Or I mean, that might be a good job to have. I guess that would be a good job to have if somebody else were paying me to do it or something, and they had the vision of like make a YouTube channel that does this one thing and they paid me a yearly salary, that would be a good job to have. But it's definitely not this YouTube channel. Like, you know, this YouTube channel is mostly Eric talking about things, pulling bong rips to nobody who don't, things that nobody cares about and nobody's listening to. Well, Eric, why do you do now to be successful? Well, why don't you shut up? How about that? Bam! I told that hypothetical person. People are always like, why did you write a big vacation functions? Because it's hard, motherfuckers. I can't figure out how to go about doing it properly. I've got many failed attempts. As I was saying earlier, it's an incredibly challenging thing to write about because it's like 4 or 5 different books, and in some sense, you won't understand the whole thing until you read all the books, right? Like, ideally, you in the ideal version of this understanding, it would be like the apothecary diaries, where these various events that you didn't even make note of at the time as being significant or anything, now they all make sense in a super complicated and amazing way once the final pieces in place. You realize, oh my God, something I hadn't thought. I could have been putting these clues together, and this makes so much sense now, but I had no fucking idea. That's how idealized this would work, but it doesn't work like that with cognitive functions. But I'm just saying the the that quality of really understanding when you've got a certain number of minimum component parts right before it can come in a full resolve is something that I'm I wrestle with. Like there could definitely be a philosophy book that was just about how cognitive functions impacts and informs us about other kinds of questions. It could address the first and foremost and underlying point that um, that like while it's a good idea to engage intellectual work and ideas as independent of the person is on its merits as though there's no particular person responsible for them. It's also a just a projection of a frame of reference to presume uh, that that in fact there that's not indicative of who the person is, right? Like so it is the case that who the person is should not inform at all how we deal with what they say. But it's not the case that what they say is not informed. I mean, it is the case that what they say is informative of who they are and is unavoidably linked to that, right? So it's not the case that this TI sound statement that somebody's making should be evaluated in terms of who said it or what they're like at all. That's not the case. But it's also true that the reason this person is making all these TR arguments and establishing norms about epistemics linked to TI stuff is because they're projecting a describable, modelable, attentional priority, right? That explains and reveals what prior was misconstrued as either a difference in intelligence or a sometimes a difference in character. Like how can you not prioritize what's correct and fair and just over your bullshit, right? um, what's been attempted to be addressed in terms of epistemics, epistemology explaining, well, they're not engaging in enough true knowledge or something like that, blah, blah, blah. All of that kind of back and forth we might have about what comprises the correct position, defensible position, or whatever, is all fundamentally, everybody doing it is expressing their frame of reference, and their frame of reference is articulable in a finite numbered set of possible ways and with a very finite and very understandable and modelable set of mechanics. So then, epistemological questions of, well, what is truth? How do you know things? What is knowledge? What is belief? All that kind of stuff become easily answered and not particularly questions of any interest, and or are revealed to be uh, questions that were predicated on false assumptions. So there could be a book that's just about that. So like, and that book would cover how specific epistemology questions are answered, rendered moot, revealed to be what they are by cognitive functions. How uh, questions of aesthetics are informed by cognitive functions. How questions of universality, particularism, what qualifies as qualia and stuff, those are all given meaningful, concrete, easy to understand, rendered into meaningful distinctions rather than vagaries, right? So there's a book to be written for sure about cognitive functions, human attention, and whatnot, that never even talks about any of the personality types at all, nor is concerned with that at all. Instead, is just about the impacts of the fact that this idea of attentional frames and and being able to measure that in units of time, right, and or exclusivity, this thing, the impacts of that philosophically, have absolutely will never even mention any single personality type at all, nor be interested in describing such personalities at all. But it's except insofar as to say, for example, a person with TI1 or 2, without this meta understanding that explains their own attention, their own cognition via this word tool of cognitive functions, right? That a person with TI1 or 2 is going to consistently and reliably express these kinds of paradigms as absolute norms until and unless they have a metaframe that actually informs them about this question, at which point they still will probably uphold those things as norms, but in a more limited fashion and in a way appropriate to their lanes. On the other hand, if somebody's an FI, blah, 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 right, they may find this thing is that they may be quite either resistant to the tool because it's not epistemologically compatible, right, with their overarching ways of paying attention. So cognitive functions is epistemologically compatible with like TI and NI ways of paying attention, and it's not so compatible with SI and FI ways of paying attention. And the reason is because if your being is one that's upholding, say, your subjective experience as an absolute value, and let's say your subjective preference is an absolute value as well. For example, uh, IA, INFPs or ISTJs, then it's not probably going to be useful to you at all because you're not trying to understand yourself, the world, or anything. through this kind of uh, correctness frame, right? Instead, you're not just prioritizing, your whole being is constructed of these things as absolute values and these other things as not, right? So obviously, if what matters to you is your subjective experience and your preference, then the power of this tool to explain to you how you're not what you think you are is absolutely useless. Nobody who doesn't have any hedges wants to buy a hedge trimmer, right? So it's important on the philosophy level to articulate exactly like this is one of the meta problems in philosophy is if philosophy has any value, then why then like what then basically we're saying for people who aren't capable of it, then they don't get any of these supreme benefits of being correct philosophically, right? So they just lesser beings to us or something. Right. This is kind of one of the meta questions in philosophy. Well, the answer to that is they have sets of frame tools and stuff that are useful to them that we don't recognize even as frames or anything because they're just built of particulars. And those things are both useful to them and important to them. And accordingly, what is useful or important to them is going to be stuff that enables, empowers, or otherwise informs on that kind of thing. Their understanding of selves, in other words, is not predicated on understanding themselves, but rather on being themselves. And accordingly, while I might be correct about them, in other words, like my my ability to describe them is correct. Their ability to be them is also correct, and correctness is irrelevant, right? Like this person is being, like this is ESFP, who's being herself and also thinking she's an INFJ. Well, I'm correct that she's not, and she's correct in that she's being an ESFP who thinks she's an INFJ. The idea that like we can't both be correct because they're mutually exclusive kind of thing, that's an imposing of a TI frame and a language frame of reference as having a primacy that it doesn't inherently. And that's what cognitive functions allows us to understand that we have a lot of trouble understanding without, right? What's going on, Lulu? What's going on, sweetie? I guess she's fine. Maybe she was just happy that somebody was coming home or something. I thought maybe she was after an animal. Like maybe there was a bear or something. I don't know. I was just curious about what she was on about, you know. I didn't know they were home or not or whatever. So like when we have somebody who's using a tool wrong, in other words, going, I'm not going to use this to understand myself, but I'm going to dress myself in the skins of things uh, to highlight the parts of me that I feel are important to highlight. Like, I'm an ESFP, I'm going through life, and for me, my intuition is hugely important because um, because that's how I know what to do, I guess. And to me, uh, my FI tool is FE because I care about other people's feelings. And so, they're just saying, well, I'm an INFJ, which means I'm super intuitive and I care a lot. And they're living that being, right? So it is correct that they're wrong, right? And it's also correct that they win. Like, they don't give a fuck. And they're as intuitive as they want to be. And you don't know me. You've not walked a mile in my shoes. If you did know me, you'd know that I'm a very stable genius. Okay? One of the most intuitive men on the planet. And definitely an INFJ. So, what previously was unavoidable, in the absence of cognitive functions, what's an unavoidable division of things into some kind of, I don't, this is correct, and these people, I do not understand what's wrong with them. And two, into something that's like, okay, I'm correct in this frame because of my attentional configuration and because of the specifics of the thing, right? Like, being you nobody's entitled to be correct in their function, whatever it is. Like, just because it's up top, there's still potentially failures because we're in this instance broadening the term correct to include things that can only be adjudicated against subjectivities. I don't know, I lost train of thought. I was saying some stuff about cognitive functions. You can see why it's hard to write a book about cognitive functions, right? Am I writing a philosophy book? Am I writing uh, like a mechanical book that attempts to, as best as possible, to find things in terms of mechanics that can be simulated? Am I writing a book that's trying to explain these concepts as best as possible to random people? Um, am I writing a guide to how to type people? it, and to the extent that I'm making a case, am I making a case for cognitive functions? In other words, am I trying to establish the justifications I have for everything and why I think it, the thing is should be affirmed versus just explaining things? Those are different things, right? Like, if I'm affirming cognitive functions in a robust way, then I'm going to have to include a lot of empiric stuff. Like, okay, well, these are, I've had all these these typing sessions, and I've got this many instances of asking this question with this many answers. If I want to do a thorough, robust job of it, I'd have to actually do a lot of work as far as data gathering to even find out if the data supports what I'm saying. But to support the case I'm making, we're going to be disingenuous and approach it like that. Um, I'd have to go do a lot of work, right? Whereas I can explain things correctly and without fully justifying my claims, except insofar as they comprise a consistent whole, right? Like, if I say, let's define P as apples, and let's set a rule that apples can never smile. And then later on, if I have an apple smile, then that's a problem, right? And then you can say, invalid. You don't get to do that. But in that instance, in this example, what you do get to do is define all those meows in the first place, right? Whereas if I were making a robust case, I'd have to justify all those meows, not just define them. This is really like everything I'm saying right here. There are two people here, but this stuff I'm explaining right now is absolute gold. I mean, the last I don't even know how long has been absolute incredible gold. Me explaining why it's hard to write a cognitive function book, and then explaining different things about cognitive functions. Well, all of these explanations here have just been absolutely first class, stellar, fantastic. It's like this is the kind of thing you want to get AI to help you with. You go like, all right, look, this explanation, blah 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 blah. I want you to format this now into an actual book that I might write, including the various explanations that I've already said from this other things, other things, other things. They're extract only the parts that are relevant to this specific book. You know, I feel alive with possibilities with AI. I did not understand how powerful it could be until I used it to help me refine my resume, job search stuff. Now I understand just how it can handle all of the boring and like laborious and like parts of writing. I've said all of these ideas, organize them sensibly, make them more concise where needed, eliminate different terms, like sometimes I would call it this, sometimes I call it that, make those uniform, um, and then indicate where I need to fill in and what I should fill in there. Like, not the actual content of it, but you should explain meow 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 and make some examples that illustrate this thing. Like that. Yeah, I am alive with possibilities. It's crazy. I'm a little bit overwhelmed by possible things I want to do and want to try with it. I guess I had never previously ever really thought of it as a text thing. I thought of it as a chat thing or image generator, music making thing. Um, but wow, what a powerful help it is when you're writing. It's incredible. The the way that you can explain general things to it and have it understand what you're trying to get at and either do the thing or explain to you why it can't or how you have to do it this other way. It's crazy. It's crazy, crazy. If you're like, I'm not sure how to phrase this shit in this paragraph. Tell me how to phrase it better and why. You don't even have to say and why. What would be a better way to phrase this? I just tell you this and explain why it thinks it's the better way. Which is just like, and it's not always right. Like, um, sometimes there's a consideration it hasn't factored in. I have to remember that as well. Like, I have to be cautious with its grasp of all the FE things. Like, it knows what's FE good for a resume in general, but it doesn't necessarily know how to be FE good with like my situation, which is complicated, right? That I'm looking to get a job someplace that I will then move to that place. Um, and that I don't like need a relocation bonus to get this happening or anything. It's kind of a complicated thing, and not it's the sort of thing that you want to talk about after you actually talk to the person, but you have to address the fact that you're in California now. That's your address, and that they're in New Jersey. Like the standard FE protocol says basically you just position it as I'm willing to relocate. I'm so excited to work for you. I'm willing to relocate. My actual situation is different than that, right? Like it's we do want to relocate. We want to relocate to the East Coast to be near her dad. If I could get a job there, and also if I can't get a job there, then we're going to relocate someplace other than there. Um, and there's not a ton of urgency in the thing based on financial realities that might otherwise be. And I have to explain this like gap of time. Like it wants to frame it in like professional FE ways, but there's there's no way to explain explain the thing except by actually explaining it. Like it wants to frame it as um, family care consultant provider or something. Like, no, bro. Okay. I was taking care of my old parents. I was not in some professional capacity then. I was in expressly not working because I was doing this other thing. He always wants to frame everything as you weren't just sitting on your ass, you were an independent consultant on these important matters or whatever. I was on a break, motherfuckers. I was not working. So why don't I just put that on my resume? That during that time period, I was not working because I didn't have to and didn't want to. Like, is that such an impossible thing to put on a resume? The reason I didn't have an employer for this period to this period is because I didn't have to work and didn't want to. That's what I should have put. I regret not just putting that. Because I didn't have to prioritize other things. That's what I should put. Not too late to fix it. It is too late to fix it for the ones I already applied to. But not too late to fix it for ones I haven't applied to yet. Honesty is the best policy, as they say. I agree with that. Anybody who would hire me based on my misportraying sitting on my ass as some kind of consulting business does not deserve to have me as their employee. Though I do find the idea hilarious. You know, I would have been like, fuck this guy, he's not worked in a while. I see here, he's an independent consultant for this time, doing important independent consulting work. So, of course, that's cool by me. I think that somebody would be more convinced by I didn't work during this period of time because I didn't have to and didn't want to, or prioritize other things. I mean, am I right or am I right or am I right? Why not just tell the truth? And this is one of the areas where like AI struggles still is trying to grasp. Well, I mean, it can't do this at all, but like how to turn me maximally into something that's gonna pop for the resume reader, right? Like I have to be cautious to. There's a tricky spot between like something that makes you stand out with like a little bit of familiar kind of tonnage, and or there are specific things that are unique to me that might better sell as some kind of particularist expression rather than a description, like won many championships or something. It might better sell as a particular story, for example. That's something I've thought about, but it's one of those things where there's what's the best standard operating procedures for resumes, And what's the best possible thing that I could do to get hired, right? And those are different things. I see. I don't blame you for doing this. Also, he's going to have to authenticate your claim of really dealness. Because are you really the deal for real, the deal for real? In other words, are you that real of deal and square it? I mean, that's a lot of realness and a lot of dealness you're claiming at. I hope you got the goods to be that real or to do those deals. So I don't know what I was talking about, but it was something. I was full of ideas saying things. You know, in the normal Eric-y way. I was being all level 4. It's gonna be my new internet handle. Level 4. Because the first 3 levels suck. That'd be the subtitle of it. I'll make the level 4 channel that's all about living on level 4. Do you think our government should invest more in halal food production in mosques so they don't like discriminated? No, obviously, that's ridiculous. The government doesn't invest in any kind of churches at all. That wouldn't qualify as an investment either. Like, investments are you put money into something anticipating that it returns you more money than you put into it. So there's no conceivable investment in a church or a mosque. I mean, I guess you could invest in like one of those big, like Colorado Christian churches, like the Peacekeepers or like Promise Keepers, some kind of big church like that that makes a lot of money. I guess you could try to put something for a profit together like that. Are you suggesting we invest in for-profit mosques? I like it. I like your thinking. Let's invest. Let's get rid of all the free mosques and make a make a chain of for-profit mosques. Well, for under a variety of pretenses, we'll get all the free mosques shut down for like health code violations and things like that until the only mosques left are our for-profit mosques. And we'll just rake in the dollars, hand over fist. Because guess who loves to pray more than anybody? Muslims. They'll be at that mosque day all the time. We'll charge them a small amount per entry, and then a little bit more like to go to the prayer area. And then the thing is, we'll just count on the fact that they come there all the time. We don't need to make a lot off of them each time, right? Because they're weird about going to the mosque so often. So, and it's been like everybody has to go and everything. So, um, we'll put up signs that remind them if you do not do your duty as a Muslim and come to this mosque and do all this stuff, you are going to Muslim hell. Anyway, and we are going to get filthy rich. I love your idea. Canardi Sop. I love your idea. For profit mosques. All we're going to have to do first is somehow discredit, get rid of all the free mosques. like, look, once the mosque priest he he realizes his current mosque is uh, being, like slated for demolition because of zoning violations, it'll be easy to hire him to be the mosque priest of our for-profit mosque because he will have just lost his job at the free mosque and probably didn't pay that well in the first place. Well, look who's in for a promotion. Muhammad Abdul, you are now promoted to the priest of the new for-profit mosque. Bring one, bring all to the new savior from your. I'm so sorry that you're. Oh my God, it's such bad luck that your old mosque got slated for demolition. Well, fortunately, we're here to take you in at this new mosque. You're gonna love it. It does charge a little teeny, just a nominal fee. We had to make up for this building and stuff, and then just gradually implement more and more fees. I love it. I love this idea. We can call it it'd be a chain, right? Like Abdul Eric's Mosque Supreme or something like that. And then in the commercials for it on TV, I would sing that thing they do. Fantastic. There is. That is absolutely a fantastic idea. Why haven't we thought about this before? What are ways in which we can profit off of Muslims' weird have to pray shit all the time? What are some ways in which we could profit off of this? And just once you ask that question, the answer is obvious. What I'm saying, you just gotta slow boil them, okay? You start off with just a very nominal fee just to make up for the expense of the things. Everyone's happy to pay it. And then you just also mention a little sign. The prayer mat area now has an additional fee. And then, like, before they know it, they're shelling out so much money to go to the mosque. And all of it pure profit. Because guess what? We don't have to provide any kind of product at all. It's literally just a building, right? Wow. So I mean, this is this is a brilliant idea. I should go on, what do they call that site where you get people to give you money for your idea? What do they call that site? They refer to the thing as crowdfunding. I don't know what they call that website. Regardless, I should go to that website with my idea of Abdul Eric's for-profit mosques. I could get with AI and work out possible areas we could convert them into revenue streams. And I could have an action plan explaining how we're going to go into neighborhoods that have one big mosque that all the Muslims go to, and by a series of shady tactics, get it like disqualified on building code, health code, something like that, or maybe if need be, pretend it's haunted like Scooby Doo, and get it condemned on that ground, then we'll just be lying in the way. Just be how this whole business model all it requires the funding to do is to to fund the shady the shady dealings and then to rent a new building and maybe be willing to provide the new mosque priest a nominal stipend. It's not going to cost that much to put this into place. you might you might wonder about whether the Muslim community might just go rent their own building and start their new mosque themselves. Wow. We'll worry about that's the kind of a TE question that you worry about when you get there, okay? We'll figure that part out. We'll figure out how to bamboozle them successfully. That's the pitch I think anybody would invest in on that website. And then instead of actually doing anything, I could just pocket all the money. What? That's fraud? Okay. Fair enough. I won't commit fraud. They have to remove the mask at the end. It's a face inside a full hijab. Yeah. Like, I know who you actually were. Spent all the time unpeeling all these layers. A lady. I knew it. You were a lady. And they're like, well, obviously I'm not wearing that shit. I mean, I know I'm handsome and everything, but we're just gonna have to cope with it. They're just gonna have to keep their filthy hands off me and cope with it. But that lady, wow, different story. We're not going to make the world cope with that, with her. She needs to be responsible and cover her beauty up so that men aren't tempted to filthy, filthy acts, masturbatory thoughts. That's why we got to cover up your body. That's why we got to cover your face. I love you too, darling. You did not go out of the house looking like that, you filthy whore. I'm covered head to toe. I can see the bottomish part of your ankle. You filthy whore. They have a word for you, ankle whore. What's the word? That's it, it's ankle whore. I don't really think that was a word until you just made it up. Shut up, you filthy slut. That's exactly what an ankle whore would say. Oh, Islam's funny. There's Muslim guy it's what it is in Islam. But at least when you get married, you know your bride hasn't had who knows how many dicks in her. Well, I suppose that might be true, probably is true, but you sure do care about that a strange amount, right? Like, I get it. None of us like to think of their wife and having been with other guys and stuff. Nobody wants to marry the town whore. Although some people, um, but you guys, you got your whole society and culture all structured around this weird, like woman's virtue thing. It's so Middle Ages. This idea that it links to the whole communitarian garbage too, like that if this girl has sex with yeah, that somehow that brings shame on the family and stuff like that. It's ridiculous, of course, because it's also the case that they don't think that when the boy has sex with somebody, they just think that whore, that filthy slut. Wow, she was asking for it. That's why he had sex with her. Of course. What else are you gonna do with a filthy slut like that? You know, it's like as ti polar as you can get. Like personally, I'm a moralist as well, as much as anybody. As far as like, I'm not a believer in sex outside of a relationship, or you know, I don't think physical carnal stuff is uh, I think that it ought not be treated as a drug. But I forgot what I was talking about. Maybe I'll remember in a second. Oh, right. So, I'm opposed to debauchery, carnality, lustfulness, etc., etc. But I recognize it as a common area of moral failing and or not sometimes non-normative behavior that I don't approve of, but it's not actually a moral failing in any sense. So this idea that something is bad, people do bad things, and for we should try to practice forgiveness and understanding accordingly. It's a Christian thing, I guess. The alternative to which is shit like honor killing. And that's why Islam is bad. No, I'm not being Islamophobic or anything. I am not condemning any individual Muslim for being wrong with the ways they are wrong. People all the world are wrong. Most Christians are wrong in being the way they're Christians. Like, in other words, they they think their Christianity should express as evangelism. They think that they have Christianity because of proof, various wrong ways to be Christian. And I have the appropriately Christian take on things that people are fallible in various ways, and we ought to try to be understanding and forgiving accordingly as we would hope from them for ourselves. Not being Islamophobic at all, though, when I'm critiquing it legitimately for expression, how it expresses as societal shaper and how it impacts rights and what kind of priorities are established as absolute values and what are instrumental. Those critiques are right on the fucking money. And what should we do with that reality? I don't know. Like, I'm not describing things accurately in order to advocate for anything. I'm just making fun of Muslims, making fun of Islam. They're not really making fun of Muslims per se. I'm both making fun of it and pointing out how bad it is. And this is one of those things where it's like the primary reason to express all these things is as a rebuttal to any kind of cultural relativism shit. Because there is good reason to make this point about Islam as a counterpoint to any kind of cultural relativism, moral relativistic bullshit. It is not the case that we can't determine whether something's good or bad independent of people's beliefs. Like, it's not sometimes okay to do genital mutilation if you believe a certain way. No, it's not. Well, what about the double standard about circumcision? I mean, very, very different reality there. But the the purely rights frame of reference would say it's not okay to do the boys either. They could choose to have that done to themselves later on if they want, you know. Which I know somebody who had that done to himself when he was 21 years old, and then tried to get right back to work without like recovering and like broke it open and had to go back to the oh god, I don't like to think about it. Oh, what an uncomfortable thing to think about. So, as far as cultural relativism goes, there are also, it's true that there are things that are more or less appalling that are illegitimate, right? Like circumcision of males is illegitimate and vastly less appalling than the equally illegitimate female circumcision, so called. But try to talk to a cultural relativist about any of this. They don't give a fuck what you have to say at all because of their feelings. I was so appalled when I heard that there's this community of people who self-identify as rationalists, and that there are sub-communities within this rationalist community, one of whom called themselves effective altruists, which basically are people who are yammering on about Peter Singer-esque obligations to help distant others, predicate their rationalism on the obvious notion that if a child's drowning, you should have an obligation to save it, don't you? God. Like if you start there, just you have to do zero thinking at all about it to get no further than that. Like to get any further than that. Like, well, if you have an obligation to the child, does that mean it's a universal obligation? What do you mean by obligation? Because if it's a universal obligation, then you're saying people who are paralyzed but see the child drowning are not only frustrated in their inability to help, but are moral reprobates for their failure to do so. Is that what you're saying, Peter Singer? And that there's a whole subsection of so-called rationalists who identify as purveyors of that fucking intellectual garbage, like the worst kind of intellectual failure one could conceivably imagine. The dumbest shit in history call themselves rationalists. Oh my God. Hmm. Oh God. Makes me want to make another video. I'm sure I made them before about Peter Singer's fucking horrible impact on the world with his incredibly stupid wrongness and how indicative it is of why idiots shouldn't try to do things that smart people can do with difficulty and rigor. How annoying is that? Like, all these people who are convinced they're engaged in some kind of robust rationalism, ascribing to the most obvious garbage in the history of the world. Are you serious? And then you've got this actually rational guy, Tor, surveying this community with a total lack of criticality about the matter. His rationality gets befouled by his wokeness sometimes. Like, well, how is he defining in his mind rational? People who have reason, who present reasons for things, rationale, and that's everybody all the time. People who predicate their either actions or words on some framework of some sort, that's everybody all the time. You have it on good authority that Muslim women wear racy undergarments, huh? I mean, what undergarment could possibly be racier than naked? I always thought lingerie is incredibly dumb. But I'm not a sensory type. So, like, look at me dressed up in this weird sex costume. I don't know. Not my thing. Like, I'm more of the iced tea kind of style. Like, let's get but naked and fuck. Well, I do not see the point of lingerie. I never have thought that was interesting at all. Like, I know what you look like when you're wearing this underwear. Like, I don't know. I don't get it. I get that there's an engagement with clothes coming off and stuff in sex that is fine and cool and everything, but like I don't understand how like a lacy lingerie thing is more sexy than just having her t-shirt on or something. I don't get it at all. Everyone's out Saturday night in normies, losers, everybody's fighting. Well, gee, may just be you and me and maybe Rachel. I don't know. But that doesn't change the fact that all of this stuff I've been saying is absolutely fantastic. Not everybody can say that. One of the nice things about there being a super small amount of people here as well is I feel more like I could just like fuck around on the piano if I feel like it and not really stress too much about audience concerns. Well, why not just turn off the live stream? It's always a good question. There's a certain point where me just fucking around with something, if I'm paying attention, it's a matter of what I'm paying attention to ultimately. Like if I'm actually paying attention to the live stream, then that means the stuff that I'm doing on the keyboard or whatever is keeping that in mind. Whereas if I'm just paying attention to what I'm doing on the keyboard, like I might be trying to master playing something that I have an idea but I can't execute yet. That at that point I'm not actually paying attention to the live stream at all. So I should end the stream. And it's also the case that um, certain kinds of ideational stuff benefits from being on the live stream, like talking through cognitive functions, ideas, and stuff, can be beneficial for me. In other words, it's productive, ideationally productive. Whereas other kind of things, it's not ideationally productive. It's just being adulterated by the fact that I'm streaming while doing it. The kind of things that are, I think there's the kind of things that are like physical tasks that I'm doing. Those is always a sense of, well, might as well live stream while I'm doing those. It gives me a little bit of impetus to do them because, well, I'm live streaming what I'm doing. Um, but But this has to do super unconscious SE. What I realize occasionally when I don't live stream and do tasks is that it's actually made much more efficient when I'm not live streaming. In the military, you're supposed to fuck your CO's wife. Well, I don't think that's a good idea. I'm going to go ahead and disapprove of that. You might call me a disapproving Dan. I've been called worse. All right. So let's imagine if I were to end the stream right now. What would I do? Well, I'm pretty tired, surprisingly tired. I could go to sleep. Okay. Well, gee. Obviously, your mind is on puerile stuff. I might say salacious, carnal. You're inflamed by lustful thoughts. Boy, I am tired. I should just wrap this up and go to bed. When I do wrap it up, I still am going to have a few minutes of watching whatever to wind down time, as I always do. So I guess this is as good time as any to call it a night. I bid you all a fond farewell. Until next time. I've been Eric.